Oh my god. Wikipedia, I love you. Please. Please. Maybe later. Oh my god. No! Stop it. This is too aggressive. So what is this size format? Because everything for it is so expensive. I need to boil it down to what its base components are, so so I can copy it basically. Because like I can't just buy like a synth rack and put it up on the wall and justify that. That's way too expensive and not the right functionality. Yeah, see, I actually do need to find a power bus for that for the other rack, for the actual synthesizer rack, because we're gonna play around with this stuff. We're gonna make modules and stuff. I don't really have a plan yet. This is just in the far-flung future. I wanna start experimenting with this stuff, because I think I got a shoe in to make some cool stuff. I'm gonna skip ahead in this mix because this is the boring part. Oh my god, I can't. Everything's zoomed in. Oh no. Metronomic, where'd you go? You've been lost in all the tabs. This is more like it. I'll cut him a little bit there. Yeah, I've got a, I have a Eurorack case that's sitting there behind the burn the subs control module. Yeah, Eurocrack indeed. That's Eurocrack. No, yeah, that's accurate though. I guess chat doesn't prefer being. Oop, uh-oh. Control Z. Chat needs to be a little smaller on screen, right? That was the. Was building like a piece of like equipment using similar formatted. Like work out like Control R and you know the resizing and stuff. Never remember those. Yeah, we may not. Jesus Christ. We may not do equipment rack for. Oh, this is a good song, so it obviously gets copyright struck. Oh. Yeah, so I'm just thinking in terms of burn the subs, because Dave, friend of Julian, built that rack case behind the burn the subs control module, and those rails look mighty similar in size. It would be kind of interesting to build like a water cool unit, and then a Raspberry Pi unit, and then I don't think that's going to happen, but we do need to revamp a little bit of how the control circuitry is sort of laid out in burn the subs, and I'm kind of wrestling with that idea. I'm wrestling back and forth with the idea of redoing the burn the subs electronic stuff, because a lot of the wiring in there is just like, it is what it is. And if I start, then it's going to go down this whole process of upgrading the hardware, like putting a D-sub connector on the outside of it and making it, you know, look nice and all that. Or I could just put it back up, just clean it out a little bit, and then just put everything back up and still have this sort of amalgamation of multiple microcontrollers and a Raspberry Pi that will power burn the subs in exactly the same way. It's all kind of cobbled together, you know, it's a little kludgy. That's my debate. If I do it, I'm gonna go all in on it. If I don't do it, it's gonna continue to be this hacked together, barely running weirdness. I don't know what to do. Because it'll take a long time to do, and I need to get my board back up, and we need to get to software. We haven't done software in a long time. Anything remarkable with software in a long time. Happy ending kit is the horizontal rails and end cheeks for mounting a 19-inch rack, ribbon cable for power, and a front mount power supply. Gotcha. All I know is that Muff Wiggler rebranded to what was it? Mod Wiggler. They had to rebrand because their name was not good. Well, that looks cool. Yeah, maybe I should leave burn the subs alone. Leave burn the subs alone. I do need to wash out the water cooling stuff because there's like scale all over it. Yeah, it's probably a bad look if if I rebrand, not rebrand, if I redo all the hardware. Sorry, it was like hiccuping in the middle of talking, and it's like autocomplete on the phone. It just chooses random words. Behringer Euro rack, $100. $100, and it's a bunch of threaded holes and barely a power supply sitting on the end. $100. All of this stuff is so marked up. It sucks. It sucks. I would love to have like the blanking panels so that I could build equipment in it. I know, it's a happy ending kit. I don't know what's up with that. I guess, yeah, as explained to me, it brings the power supply out to the front, and then you've got the power switch there, so you don't have the power cables in the back. So, but all that, right? And just a bunch of threaded holes, and some stamped rack rails, $130. Cheaper to get a mean well supply and some blank rails. That's kind of what I'm looking at, but you know, I guess these are the blank rails. What are these? These are normal rack rails. These aren't Euro rack rails. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about enclosuring, burn the subs, and then eventually we're gonna get into this stuff when I know more, because I don't know enough about this stuff right now. $359. Dear God. Hey, it looks nice, right? Like, that's kind of a cool case. Kind of a cool case. For $300 freaking dollars. $400 for this. Yikes. All right, well, there's our sticker shock for the day. I still got all these tabs open because we need to do NORN stuff. I don't know where I'm gonna get that 470 ohm resistor. Not really, the 470 microfarad capacitor. At the prices that I'm seeing Eurorack stuff, it does really reflect, like, I could go to a machinist and be like, can you tap like 75 holes into this like block of metal, and be like, yeah, that'll be $320 instead of the $350 that you'd pay for the completed thing. Yeah, designing and building your own stuff. So that's what we will get into. It's not yet. Oh, you can get. Oh, so that's what I'm trying to break. That's what I'm trying to bridge right now, is figuring out like rails at Mauser, because like this class of equipment, the Eurorack style stuff, I'm pretty sure it originated from like electronics equipment standards, and so I'm looking for those, because those are the search terms that I'm looking for, because that's where I can get, you know, blank panels and rack rails and stuff like that cheap. I was thinking one vertically could house the burn the subs stuff. All the wires and stuff. All the wires and the connections and stuff. But the problem is, if I do that, then it's going to be this whole undertaking where I have to redo like all this stuff and make it, you know, bother spec. And I think I'd rather the thing work. But it would be kind of nice to just have a big a big my brain, ow. Hey, brain, you remember Word? Use Word, please. Be nice to have a big D-sub connector connecting all the control panel stuff, but yeah. Netcase? I don't know what that is. Something like that. Not quite. Yeah, something like that. Oh, they make those shelves too. Something like, you know, like this. Yeah. I think you're right on the dot with this, actually. Because if I had like a vertical version of this, sort of. But the modules would be weird because it's not, you know, it'd be like a water cooling module and like a Raspberry Pi module. So I think really what I just want is an enclosure, and I think we could just build that with MakerBeam. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the you know, cobbling something together out of just like shop garbage is, you know, that's like the galaxy brain kind of thing, right? That's probably what we should be doing here. But I mean, I went out of my way. I'm talking about two things at once. Right? One of the things I'm talking about is I like the size of one single Euro rack thing, right? I like that, like that up on the wall over there is just about, that right there is just about one burn the subs. See that? That's one thing I'm talking about. The second thing I'm talking about is that I spent all the freaking money to buy this case. So we will do some Euro rack shenanigans at some point around here. This is in the far-flung future. I just had the opportunity to buy that from Dave through Julian. But you can see that the control stuff would fit very readily into half of that enclosure. Yeah, blank cases. Yeah, it's Metcase looks like they probably have exactly what I'm looking for if I get into the weeds and really find like a part number. Like, cause yeah, this type of instrumentation case is wonderful. It's a little big for burn the subs, but it seems like I wouldn't have much trouble finding something that's, you know, shallow enough. Especially in the 19-inch instrumentation racks. But I'm not going to buy an expensive case for burn the subs. We can just do MakerBeam and make it. we just put up a couple panels. All right, so supposedly had a little bit of like rice and fish before stream. Okay, my glucose level's going into the stratosphere. Hopefully it comes back down within the 12 units that I've got left on this thing. And if it doesn't, I'll have to pause stream while I poke myself with needles. So I am not around from the 13th to the 23rd. So from the 13th until vaguely after Christmas, I'm gone. I'm not around. I won't be streaming. And I know like the holidays is like a great time for me to work more, but I haven't had a vacation in like on the scale of multiple years. We'd starting to be able to measure that in decades. So I'm gone. I'm not around. Everyone will forget I exist for 1 week. I'll be back. We got a little to go until then. MakerBeam would be similar to ones I've seen that allow you to put modules in random places. Yeah. Subrack? I need to search that in a non-display window. Subrack. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's it. That's the search term. You win the prize. That is indeed what I'm looking for. Subrack. It's oddly, eerily even similar to Eurorack, isn't it? And I bet it's just as fucking expensive, right? This is like telecom stuff. Ooh, is page open in a weird? Yeah, this is the kind of stuff, huh? Interesting. Small industrial sub-racks for control cabinets. That's the stuff. It's just cheaper Eurorack. Well, that's cool. Now I know. I don't know if this will quite meet our needs, but because these are all for like, mostly they're for like going into 19-inch racks, and I need basically what I was looking at was like just that verticality of the rail. Like it would be kind of cool if ooh, geez. What you see back there, the Euro rack is eerily similar when vertical to the layout of Burn the Sub. So I was like, I wonder if I could come up with something for that. If I really wanted to make that whole thing smaller, I could you know, move the modules around in there. But I don't know. I'm toying with the idea of redoing the hardware on that Burn the Sub's control panel rack thing, just so that we can lay it out a little bit more sensibly, or I can get rid of that extra microcontroller in there and maybe throw down a Raspberry Pi hat that would have all the connections on it instead of the mangled IDC cable. Compact PCI. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is actually, yeah, telecom stuff. That's pretty cool. Some cool garbage. Look at all this garbage. I think I've run into these before. I'm just trying to remember where. Uncle Phil! Hey! 6 months! Hey, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Not. Got him. No. Thank you. Another month without a laser. I know. That's the only problem, is if I get into redoing the hardware, it's more time. I mean, it's right up my alley, right? I love this kind of stuff, like redoing a control panel. And it kind of needs to be done. I mean, look at it. It's horrible, but it's like it's more time without a laser working. It's more of a distraction away from us doing software. So yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. It seems like the thing about compact PCI is that it is a compact PCI rail or whatever, and I don't really need that. I don't really need that. But this is what I was thinking of when I was looking up Eurorack stuff. You know, these slide-in, plug-in modules for industrial stuff. You could look at the software right now if you want. It's on GitHub. Look at that thing. That's cool. Seen the sub-rack in modular form. You buy the side panels in different sizes. You get the rails in whatever length. Huh, interesting. Use the git command. I'll do it for you. Ah, head feels like it's underwater. Ugh. Oh, look at that. It's got a slide out fan rail. That's neat. That's kind of cool. Hold on, let me check my fan drawer. Ah, it's still full of fans. All right, well, I know a little bit more than I did before, although I am starting to already forget all of the stuff that we just talked about. I gotta leave these tabs open, otherwise I'll just forget all of this. What was before compact PCI? It was oh god, I don't remember. Subrack. And then compact PCI. We'll put you guys in a new window to supplement my memory loss. All right, what it is, we should get started. We got a lot of work to do today. Let's fade this out. Look at that, beautiful. The production levels are off the charts. And then get rid of the start soon. And then I can address my people. Hello. So, here we are. My picnic table, tablecloth shirt. This one is just freshly washed, and I've got little fucking oil spots. That happened a while back where my shirts kept getting these little oil spots, and I don't know where they came from. The problem just went away magically, but I don't know what it is. I think something weird and oily got into the washing machine or something. I hate it. I hate it. Anyway, I'm not gonna concentrate on that because I'm wearing like jeans with like stains on it, so it's fine. From the lubing, yeah, grease. It could be anything, right? Yeah, watch dirty clothes is simple green. I've heard of that before. Yeah. Can you imagine NVIDIA selling a compact PCIe graphics card? They might. I mean, compact PCIe. Like, if you want, you know, there for a little bit for AI, there were graphics cards that were sold that didn't have, like, you know, that didn't have output, like a monitor output necessarily. It was a graphics card, but it was just there for the parallel computing. So yeah, it's a workshop, so we shouldn't be too concerned. I'm just annoyed because I actually did my laundry. It's actually a clean shirt, except for the spots. It pisses me off. It happened to me like years and years ago, and I didn't know how to fix it, because you like go to work in your nice little casual business attire, your little button down, and your nice blue shirt, and then you notice like a spot on it midway through your day, and you can't do anything about it. It's like, all right, like it sucks. Anyway, my frustrations aside, we are here in the aftermath of having Julian over. We didn't finish the Norn. Turns out having somebody else in the shop is extremely distracting. Who would have known? You know, who could have predicted this? Who could have possibly predicted this? So we got more work to do. The Norn kit was far and away irresponsibly sized in terms of the electronics that they put down on the board. They got plenty of room on the board. They put down this tiny little thing, because I assume whoever designed it probably had this audio output for Raspberry Pi just like in their design files, and just went and just popped it over into this thing and was like, look at all the space I've got. Look at all the real estate I've got. And then me, being the kit-minded project kind of person, trying to solder things, I was like, this is too small. All of this is bad. All of it looked bad. All of it looked terrible. It is in fact a Norn shield, yes. All of it looked terrible, and I feel bad for it. So the deal with today is that we've got to go in and clean up all those electronics. And I still don't know where the hell I'm going to get a 470 microfarad, 1206 sized capacitor. I don't know where I'm going to be able to find that. It's tough to source one electronic component. If I had to source a bunch, that would be nice and easy. We'd do a DigiKey order. But one, that's going to get me like fees. DigiKey hates it when you send them out to go get one part and put it in an envelope and send it to you. I hate how wasteful that is. I don't think I'm going to be able to find any just kicking around the shop. I think 470 microfarads it's unfortunately not the size that any of the kits I have. They have like 4.7 UF, or 0.47 is actually the one we ordered. UF 470 UF is a lot to put into a ceramic capacitor, I guess. But, you know, I'll be able to figure something out. I need to get, you know, my nose to the ground on that. We've got to do everything else, though. So with the small size of the electronics that they put on the Norn shield kit, you got to use all these modifiers when you talk about this stuff. I can't just call it a Norn, because there's apparently a Norn shield and a Norn. So I've got to call it the Moog. And people, what the fuck is a Norn? Okay, let me stop everything and explain it to you. A Moog Norn shield. Oh, you mean a Moog Norn shield? Yeah, of course. Yeah, now I know exactly what you're talking about. When you just call it a Norn, I don't know what you mean, and the words are meaningless. I don't understand this shit. Anyway, I'm calling it a Norn, and everybody else can deal with it. But it is a Moog Norn shield kit. But anyway, with the Moog Norn shield kit, the electronics are so small that my soldering was very difficult to do. And I ended up depositing way too much solder on all the stuff, and all of my chips are like cockeyed and everything's bad, and I should feel bad. Generally, what I should have done is solder paste. Just deposit a little solder paste on all of the pins. Honestly, when you order a circuit board, and if you're going to be building stuff of this size, you can have a stencil sent, and all you have to do is wipe with a squeegee across that stencil on top of your electronics, and it will deposit enough solder paste for everything. We don't have that luxury, so I could just take the solder paste syringe, and I can just splop a bunch of solder on all the different pins, and then we just very carefully pick up all of our electronics and place them down on top of those pins, and then to the oven. So I got the oven out. I got that oven that Wexo sent me out. Right there. Wexo was in chat earlier. I don't know if he's here today or not, but he bought me this oven. I was going to convert a toaster at some point, but it's a pretty cool little oven, right? It's you know, you can get them pretty cheap, and then we were able to flash it with better firmware, I guess. I haven't had an opportunity to use that oven yet, but when you build electronics that are so small, solder paste and an oven, even a toaster oven, can assemble things for you. Now, you got to be with the toaster oven, you know, you have to label it, you know, not for food, because unfortunately, you're bringing a lot of non-food things into your food chamber. So you need to set aside an oven. Now, with the Norn kit, there's actually no surface mount electronics on the bottom. So you could also possibly use a soldering skillet. That would be another thing to do. A lot of people like doing that. Those are methods for building electronics that look like they were manufactured, because it's exactly what the manufacturer does. It's just about getting the right amount of solder paste on stuff. But what we're going to do is, because everything is all topsy-turvy on the board, everything looks like it was deposited while drunk or while getting, you know, distracted by Julian. What I want to do is I want to go through the board, and I want to remove a lot of the excess solder, and then I want to pop a little bit of flux onto everything. Every solder joint gets a little dabble of tacky flux, and then into the oven for a cycle. Hopefully that cleans everything up, and then the design looks professionally built. That's what I feel. I just don't like. I don't like what I saw on this board. So yeah, let's get into it. That's what we're gonna do today. And then once we do all that, I'll start doing the pin headers and stuff, and we can start getting this thing all assembled. Oh look, we have a ghost image of Julian sitting at my desk. The thermal imager is frozen because I unplugged it. I guess we got a ghost Julian here. Well, say goodbye to ghost Julian, because I'm gonna fire up the thermal camera. I gotta plug it in. I'll always remember him. I photographed his soul, his heat, the very essence. Thermals, properties, deactivate, reactivate. There we go. We're back. All right, so we're going to be doing soldering. I might as well put the thermals on so that we can get random people popping into chat and going, why do you have thermals? Why don't you have thermals? This is shockingly difficult to print properly. I don't know. I moved this to the center of the printer bed, and it made a near perfect print out of it, luckily. But yeah, this thing was cursed. A little bit cursed. Oh, look. Yeah, you can see exactly where it's making its decisions. Look at this thing. Thermal vision makes people bald. He has hair on his head. Anyway, yeah, this, I mean, center of the printer, it's good enough. It'll at least hold the Norn until Jules and Dave can figure out something else to do with the enclosure. I don't have the plexiglass of the right type sitting around, so. All right, steady hand. Steady hands spend time at the genitals. Isn't that what they say? And then we can just poke around and remove some of the excess solder around this thing. Get it ready. Maybe it was idle hands. I don't know. I'm not a phraseologist. God, this thing is fucking small. Good Lord. All right. So since we're using solder braid to remove excess, I'm going to need a large tip on this thing. I mean, we've done all the assembly. Let's just get like back into it a little bit here. So what I'm using is just a big blunt end, right? It's just a little bit of a chisel. I'm not going to use the big boy. I don't think we need that much heat. This is for like big power terminals and weird shit like that. But we do need a lot of heat. We don't need a boosted amount of heat. I don't need this like expanded modules level of heat delivery. Probably this will be good. All of these smaller micro tips, like the one I always use, or the needle tips, are just not going to cut it. They don't have enough thermal capacity to quickly get into the desoldering braid and the pad before they actually start like hurting stuff or, you know, scraping things, you know, whatever. Anyway, I want to be fast and precise with my heat, so we'll do that. Let that get hot. Oh, the camera for the best part. Whatever. All right. Camera constantly recalibrating itself. All right, back to this view. Let's take a look at what we're up against. I feel like I slept on my face yesterday. All right. Yeah, see all this stuff? It's like everything's attached. It just looks like a, you know, a drunk lunatic went through this and put it all together, which I'm not going to rule out as a possibility of what happened here. I tried to use hot air on this stuff and it just kind of like didn't do quite what I wanted it to. And part of it is that there isn't an even delivery of the solder. But what I'd like to have happen here is to have the solder just sort of reposition all of our electronics. So we're going to give it flux, and we're going to take away a little bit of the volume of solder from all this stuff. So let's get started here. I think I'll do board directly on table, because I can't exactly attach it to the device. So, yeah. All right. So we want not a lot of solder on this stuff, right? Not a whole lot of solder. I'm going to come in here with a, ooh, that needs to be cleaner. Yep. Come in here and just wick it away. Just a little bit, right? Okay, what's going on here? Why things aren't moving where I want them to. Give me a solder. Give me. Yeah, look at that. That's so much better. That might be too little. Hello? Oh, it was hard to see. Oop, oh, oh, oh. The one thing you got to be careful with solder wick is that it doesn't attach itself to the pin, and then you pull on it and rip the pin or the pad. Because I didn't design this. I don't know how strong these pads are. But yeah, like this has no business being this small. It might have been a little bit more of a challenge to make all of the electronics like larger on this board. But boy almighty, would it have made this kit a little bit easier to put together. That almost feels like too little solder. Boy howdy, you know? Ugh. I just don't want to remove too much. Hard to get that Goldilocks amount, you know? I don't think I did anything there. Oh, whatever. The alternative to using the oven would be me just jumping back and forth between pins until all the electronics like aligned itself. But I'm not gonna do that. Only so many hours in a day. We got a lot of these things to kind of like clean up. Boop, boop, boop. Oh yeah, thermals. Why aren't they on? Went through all the trouble. Boop. Yeah, you guys are on thermal vision. I don't know if that's a good place for you. Put you guys up here. Well, you can't see my hands. Where are my hands? You guys are right in the middle. Up in the corner. I don't know where to put chat. Maybe I'll just censor you guys. There we go. No more chat. Never again. You're gone forever. You're still on in the other scenes, though. Right. That's right. Chat's telling me how awesome I am right now, which is kind of cool. Like, I didn't think they'd like the decision, but apparently they'd love it. Like, they're actually like really excited to not be on screen anymore. And they're really just, they're so happy. They're saying right now. Freeze peach. There you go. Little less solder on all the pins. So what you see right now is what I'm looking at. I'm literally looking at here. When I do the soldering, I'm running off of a webcam that's in a special enclosure, and then it's got a C-mount lens adapter and a Nikon, just ancient Nikon lens, right? And then I'm literally looking at my OBS output window with you guys right next to it. So I've got my stream monitor, so I can vainly look at how many people are watching me, and then I can look directly at what you guys see. So what you see, I see. And this actually took me a while to figure out. I very rarely use Mark I eyeballs when doing this. There's a couple advantages to the way that my system works, and a couple of things that I had to very carefully select in order to get the microscope set up correct. And one of those things is the amount of delay. There's almost no delay between where my hands are and what I'm seeing on that screen with OBS. And the reason for that is that there's a webcam. It's a 60 FPS webcam inside of there. Now, I didn't go the whole 9 yards and buy the $500 super duper Logitech webcam that I happen to have on the arm. They do have kits for that one, the Brio, putting it into one of these cases. But this is just a C920 that is in an aluminum case. Why the aluminum case? Well, when we originally did this, I machined a little C-mount adapter that went directly on the circuit board, and I still had the Naga arm, the positionable arm on it, and it fell over directly on the circuit board. And I was like, I know the Kerosan, or not Kerosan, the case that we have in the command tells you what kind of case it is. I think microscope. How come that didn't work? I thought that was the command. Maybe scope? Just try scope. But yeah, wherever I bought this, Kurokesu. Wherever I bought, Kurokesu case cost about as much as the webcam. Worth it. Worth it, because if this thing falls, it'll be safe. But yeah, so I am using that directly with no delay. Why is he stressing no delay? Well, when you have delay, then your movements are hard to translate and predict. It gets very, very, very difficult to actually work when you have a significant delay. I used to have a Raspberry Pi cam. It was actually a USB webcam plugged into a Raspberry Pi that was running it on a screen as my microscope. This is before I was streaming. And there was such a delay. It's very difficult to work when you have a delay in your microscope. If you're just inspecting, that's fine. But like, I have a 600 degrees Celsius soldering iron. And so I would end up smashing it into my finger if I didn't know. I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Ooh, okay, that was a big one. Wow, that was it's getting dry out. Whew. Yeah, the disorientation from the delay is like insane. So when I did the C-mount thing on this, it turns out the standoff distance was absolutely astronomical, which turns out to be a really good thing if you have a shelf on top of your desk. So there were a lot of little happy accidents there. One of the things about this, do my sinuses feel evacuated? I never realized until I went, what was it, 2011, I went to Burning Man, and that arid Clias lake bed, that arid, what is it, base lake bed, my sinuses were clear, and I'm like, did you guys know that your head is mostly hollow? Like, the sinus cavity is a lot larger than I've ever experienced. Being in a like northeastern swampy kind of place, it's not really that swampy, but whatever. Being in the Northeast, I don't have many opportunities for such a nasal clear out as that was. Pretty crazy. Anyway, so the incredible standoff distance and stuff of this microscope was a happy accident, but it means that I can do all of my work just right in this field. So what you guys are seeing right now is what I'm seeing. That all pays dividends with the production value of this stream. If I don't like what I'm looking at, you guys don't like what I'm looking at. Wait, I don't think that's right. Whatever. So yeah, a brief touch, let me touch my briefs on this, a brief touch with the desoldering braid to remove the bulk of the solder. I need to buy, if I'm going to be working in this size ever again, I'm going to need to buy a different reel of solder, a thinner reel of solder, so I have a little bit more control over this. Hello? There it is. Ooh, oh, that's... All right, I might have to come back and add a little solder to that one, which means it's going to be a giant blob of solder. I feel like I might be removing too much from some of these. Might have to get a closer inspection on them. Maybe that just translated all that. No, that definitely needs a little bit of solder. Hold on. Which one was that? This guy right here. Not a lot of control. Hello? I went directly to the iron, not the chip. Damn it. I have no subtlety with this thing. See a little boiling there. Come on. Well, overdid it. All right. But let's at least touch this thing on everything. I'm gonna re-up my solder braid. Problem with solder braid is it's so wasteful. All right, this. Now let's get you guys a little closer though, because that's actually in my face and annoying. This stuff is just so small. It's like an entire factor smaller than the size that I'm used to dealing with. I think it's 2 sizes smaller than what I'm used to dealing with. And I love surface mount, you know? I like working in this stuff. It's not difficult. But when you make things this small, at least there's still values on the resistors. When you get smaller than this, they don't print the value of the resistor on the resistor. It's Norn. Yep. Hey, everybody. Norn. Norn was filmed in front of a live studio audience in Los Angeles. It's always LA. Careful. 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 Go. That was probably too much. Yeah, I don't have the advantage of depositing exactly the right amount that you get when you use solder paste. Did we do these? Yeah, we did these. What's up, Pyro? I'm going to remove a little bit around the crystal. Hello? Man, this is difficult. All right. Because, yeah, the crystal got, like, way too much solder. It still works, but... No, I can't source that stuff in a day. I need those 470 ohm resistors, and I don't know where I'm going to get them. I don't know. That might have cleaned it up a little bit. Maybe. I'm just hoping that that thing falls into place. I know. The problem with sourcing them is that it's not. It's buying one. I need two, right? I need two components. I need two surface mount components, and that's a lot to ask from an electronics retailer. Like, two components. Two very specific ones, too. I don't think they're very common. I need to reposition if I'm going to do this row. So it's either like I could look through all my stuff to see if I have any 470 UF ceramic capacitors and see if I have any like audio stuff, maybe. Maybe that board that did, maybe the light bulb speaker board would have something like that. The one that had that I2S or the Bluetooth audio thing. If I still have that, I'll have to take a look. That might have one. Yeah, I don't want to have thousands of these things. You know, I don't want to spend $40 to get two components. So I got to look around. I got to figure some stuff out. Graham's got to do some teaching. Ow, what was really hot? Oh, I put my finger down on the solder braid. Why was that so hot? What am I going to do about these? I don't think I need to remove that much from those. I don't know. We're trying to clean up this board. What I'm doing right now is I'm removing solder from all these components so that when I put it in the oven, there's an equal amount of pull on either side from the surface tension. So I'm getting rid of the bulk of the solder because my solder is too thick for its own good. And I should have probably ordered a thinner spool of solder. But what that's going to do is just clean up the look of all these things. They're looking kind of rough, and a little bit of oven time will do them well. It'll basically flow over all the components, and then surface tension will pull the components in evenly on both sides, and they should reorient themselves a little bit. Should. Problem is, this is not an incredibly controllable thing that I'm doing here. Solder paste from the beginning would have been a good idea. I should have gotten the oven out. As soon as I saw the size of this thing, I should have been like, well, here's how we're going to build it. Because yeah, the resources for the general hobbyist in terms of like doing this kind of rework they're vast. You can do all kinds of things. You can turn a pancake, like a $10 pancake skillet. I saw somebody using a clothes iron with a thermal control on it to do this kind of soldering. All right. It's looking a little better. Didn't we do these? These are looking undid. They're looking not did. Judging by the pieces of this there. But we also need to load these things up with flux. Are you telling somebody, are you telling a partnered streamer who literally has a microscope trained on his electronics right now about whether or not they should be using flux? Are you really doing that? Do you maybe think about that a minute? Wow, this guy's never heard of flux. How did he get to be a partnered streamer who does electronics? It's a good thing I'm here. Hey, streamer, you ever hear of this stuff? These'll need flux. I mean, I'm gonna put tacky flux all over this bitch before I put it into the oven. We're gonna load this shit up with flux. Flux will be the more important thing that we add here. Is that enough to... Is there actually, like, any solder left? I might have removed too much. I might have removed too much. Let's see here. And then I add a whole lake of solder. That's what I'm talking about with the size of the iron. Not the size of the iron, I mean the size of the solder. The size of the solder. Look at that R1. Disgusting. Disgusting. Okay, what else? There's probably one more bank of resistors that we haven't touched. This is the one that I resoldered, right? I think so. They're pretty good on the amount. I'm just trying to get rid of the ones that have the big like bubble of solder attached to them. That might not be enough for some of these. We'll inspect this once it's out of the oven though, and we'll see if any of them need just a little bit of love. All right, so I think that gets rid of the bulky solder stuff. Under the crystal, I can't really account for without using hot air. Yeah, I think we got most of the C7 and C9 are the ones that are missing, the 470 UF caps. We accidentally ordered 0.47, which is a humiliating mistake. So, tacky flux. I guess what I'm gonna do is load up every single solder joint. Whew. Oh man, who thought sushi? Blah, 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 blah. Supermarkets. I didn't like warm up my. I didn't do like how now, brown cow. This is like part of my warm up is just messing up everything that I'm trying to say. Anyway, tacky flux. We're gonna load everything on this board up with flux, and then we'll put it into the oven. So I only really have tacky flux here, and I will be distributing it using a syringe. But yeah, anyway, let's do this. So I'm gonna try not to overdo it, otherwise it's gonna be a very smoky process indeed. Hello? Hello? There we go. I don't need a lot. I don't need a lot. I just need enough to you know, prep all the joints and stuff on this thing. And that'll flow out and around everything and hopefully hold the heat in and make the process work. I hate using this much flux though. I really, really do. But we need to because of the size of the electronics. I mean, the solder paste is essentially little beads of solder suspended in flux. So if you use solder paste, you naturally get all that beautiful stuff all over everything. Some people like practically drink this stuff, and I don't trust them. I don't trust them. I think Louis Rossmann is made out of flux. I think he's actually physically comprised of flux. But I don't have a fancy sonic cleaning oven to put all my sonic cleaning bath to put all my stuff in when I'm done depositing flux all over it like some kind of pervert. Go. I don't even know if this is allowed on Twitch. I don't think Twitch. I think this is against TOS. To be honest, this is too perverted, even for Twitch. You know, some streamers do this, but I don't want to attract people who like watching this kind of stuff. You know, this kind of filth, this disgusting, depraved filth. just disgusting. It's disgusting. Where else? Go up here. Here's all where all the action is. Really just touching this thing near them with all the greasy shit on the end should be enough to you know, flux the joint. But this is like an admission of guilt, what I'm doing right now. Term cap, thank you for following. Certainly should have term caps. Bop, 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 bop. Look at me. I'm a normie electronics streamer. We're just gonna put flux on everything and it'll do our homework for us. Because I'm a normal streamer. I'm a normal electronics streamer. I love flux. Yes. So good. Okay. Oh, man, that was unpleasant. Get morphed by the crystal. Yeah, that's right. That's the problem with being famous, right? Yeah, I don't like adding the extra paste flux to the I don't like doing that. And it was a good opportunity for me to just call somebody out. So nothing personal, man. I have my way of doing things. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Because I don't overemphasize flux because it's too smoky. Smoky and disgusting. Luckily, I don't have to be super careful today because these aren't just sitting on paste. They're actually soldered in initially. That's not the way you should normally do things. The only reason that I'm putting this in the oven is it's another admission of guilt. The use of flux and using this oven are admitting that this was too small for me to build bare hands. Now, the thing with the soldering oven is it's like cheating. You should use one if you have one. You absolutely should use it. But because I do studio production here and I'm supposed to be entertaining and, you know, all this other garbage that I need to adhere to, in addition to being good at working with electronics, I tried to hand build it, which is fine. Everything probably would have worked just fine. But I want it to look professional because I want to put my best foot forward for Julian. So what we should have done initially is just plop down solder paste and all that stuff. Carefully pick and place. Carefully pick up your electronics and place them down on top of the solder paste, and then very carefully move them over to the oven so that they don't fly off. But these are all soldered down, so I can do this, which would make most electronics people's hearts stop. I would like to build a pick and place machine. I was thinking about that because I've got a lot of rail stuff for Burn the Subs 3. And I probably could have made, the tricky part with the pick and place is when you rotate the handle, it should rotate the end of the syringe that's doing the vacuum. That's, I think, the hardest part about doing that. But yeah, I would have loved to build one. We had, at an old workplace, we had this beautiful pick and place machine, which had, you know, little bins for all of your electronics on the perimeter, and then you had the slide system that would move you around and a foot pedal to engage and disengage the vacuum. It was really cool. And then it also had a flux dispenser on it, so you could get all your flux, like, not flux, a little solder paste dispenser on it too. That thing was cool. And then I looked up prices for them. All right, I gotta remember how to use this thing. Bake, manual mode, or select profile. I think we want to select profile, right? There we go. Oven temperature, 27 degrees Celsius. Oh no, S is run reflow profile. I think we had a good profile selected, right? Because we reflashed this thing so that it had better, I don't know, software on it. Apparently the Puhi T962A. Now, see, I would very much like for this to be a toaster oven, because then I could train a camera on it. And then you guys could actually see the solder reflow and everything. We get this tiny little window on this thing. The one that we had at that same workplace, the pick and place, the oven actually had a conveyor belt It had like a little like oven belt that would pull the electronics in, and then you had a whole glass top that you could look down into, and it would solder them, and then they'd come back out on the, I think on the other side of that rack. But anyway, this thing has been sitting in the basement. Hopefully it doesn't smell. Oh yeah, we want this to be a little bit further back, don't we? It was better at heating towards the back of the unit. Okay, and then I just do run the profile. There it goes. So there's a, what you guys can't see, probably the camera won't pick it up. You can see it. Here's the profile that we're following, and then it's got a little cool off at the end. Right now, we're down here, and it's going to try to basically follow that profile pattern, which appears to be working. The fan is getting like this weird pulse. There we go. Yeah, we're getting up in temperature pretty quick. So yeah, that's the soldering oven, and when we get the electronics out of here, they're probably going to look perfect. That's just how these things go. You guys remember what it looked like before? But we remember it looked like before. Man, what is wrong with me today? You guys remember what it looked like before. We'll see how perfect it is afterwards. Look at that. Beautiful. Right on track. Oh yeah, there's the smell. The smell of dust burning. It really shouldn't be that dusty. There was just dust on the top of the unit. I don't know, if a spider got in there, rest in pepperoni's spider. Gonna start smelling like flux in here. I never did make toast in this thing before I actually put electronics in it. Probably should have done that. I should have toasted a ham sandwich. Yeah, let me come read chat. I can't position the camera right. I gotta hold it in order to give you that angle so that you can read the screen. We can here, right? Man, thermally that thing's really good at holding its own, right? We can't even see it on the camera. Why is that? I guess half of my shop is freezing cold. The lead adds more flavor. Yeah. Squirrels! Yeah. What happens when you toast an acorn? That is not the creepiest duck emote that I've seen. It's not even the creepiest duck emote I have. Yeah, so it's not a fix for the cold solder joints. What we're doing is we're reflowing it all at once, and the flux and the solder that I removed, well, I removed solder, and now we're running it through so that everything flows over at once, and surface tension will pull all of the electronics into alignment. That with the flux and all that other good stuff should clean up the board and make it look quasi-professional. I wish I had room for this thing in my shop. I just don't. I mean, maybe at some point, maybe I could put it like on top of the 19-inch rack. That might be a place for it. Just sitting up there. Because yeah, it's kind of bulky. Or maybe I can like build a shelf for it under the brewing table or something. I don't know. But yeah, this is a reflow oven. This is sent in by Wexo. It's a pretty nice unit. The Puhi something or other infrared IC heater. And so what it's doing is it's following a heat profile. And this is actually the heat profile that you'll find in a lot of different data sheets and stuff like that for how they think you should heat and cool their device as to not damage it. This little kick right here, this little lump that we're getting into now, that's where the solder flows over. So we're just about to flow over. I don't think it quite reached that. It kind of tapered off from the high temperature. That's weird. It needs to reach that 250. Uh-oh. It didn't get to the 250. Well, we'll have to see what happens. See, now it's going to spool up the fan in order to cool everything off. And you can actually see that better in thermals. Here, let's go over here. You'll be able to see the heat rising around it. Kind of. Kind of. It's over time. It's getting there. Yeah, that fan's going to come on more aggressively in order to cool things down. We just got to wait for it. Rob Huz is a weird fellow. Yeah, that's putting it lightly, yeah. The other way around, solder would crack and you could resolder by heating up. What's that? Oh, you're talking about the Xbox thing? Yeah, people would like basically home reflow in order to solve I guess cold. Was it cold? You guys are explaining it better than I am. I won't even join the conversation on that one. It's like you guys know this way better than I do. But yeah, to the degree where people were like putting a towel on top of their Xbox, and that was flowing over the solder. Yeah. The problem with like if the Xbox reflow thing was still a problem, oh, the fans are kicking it up right now. They're starting up. If the Xbox flow thing was a problem, putting it into this machine would not necessarily be good, because once they do the reflowing, they add the parts that aren't capable of being put into the oven. So like pin headers and connectors, sometimes certain ones will in fact melt. So if I were to just throw an Xbox into here, it wouldn't be a good story. Oven temperature 90 degrees Celsius. I'm gonna let that go down a little bit first. We're gonna go ahead and just let this thing run its cycle. It beeped at me. It did the beep. It beeped at me, but I think I'm gonna give it a little bit of time. I overheated mine with a towel. Yeah, the towel fix. The fact that you just get it a little tiny bit hotter, like, because it definitely doesn't flow the solder, right? You need a lot of temperature for it to flow the solder. I never ended up having to do any of that to my Xboxes, though. I just got lucky. And then one day I put in, I think, Forza 2 or something like that, and it just red ring, which at that point it was time for a new Xbox. My Xbox One got stolen. What do we call those now? The original Xbox? Whatever. I loved that thing because we hacked the shit out of it. Yeah, it was a mechanical thing about how they attach the heat sinks. Yeah, and then when you overheat it, it did something to flow over the paste or something. What's up, Brunch Noodles? We're letting the oven cool itself down a little bit because I'm not gonna get in there and poke at it. Yeah, it got stolen along with that laptop that had the data acquisition card in it. Sad, sad, sad. I was looking forward to doing some physical, like, what's that program called again? Shit, God. Anyway, LabVIEW. I was looking forward to doing some LabVIEW stuff on that laptop because it had a PCMCIA data acquisition card. This was back before the Arduino. So it would have been cool. All right, so that thing's just getting my table warm. Man, having the window in the shot really makes it difficult to see detail on the It's cold outside. Baby, it's cold outside. Waiting. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for stuff to dissipate. It's snowing there? Damn. Man, we're getting a cold December, huh? Yeah, I do want to get back to the long drive. That might be this Saturday. I think that is going to be this Saturday. But I want to play that rocket game too. And I want to have a variety of games. I don't want to just stick to one game, you know? I don't want to become a My Summer Car streamer, you know? All right, so that might be cool enough for me to stick my fingers in. 50C is still kind of pushing it, but I think we can get this thing out and take a look at it. Ha, 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 ha. It's actually not that odd. Hot potato. Hot potato, hot potato. Look at that. Beautiful. That even distribution of heat is the important part. Good stuff. Well, let's take a look at what this did to all of the components in the solder, because I'm afraid about that profile. I don't know. We didn't quite reach that spike temperature. Did you not kill enough people with those errant rockets? Grandpa's still fussing about, all right? And I got a model rocket to solve that. Also, my designs weren't crazy enough. We need to get crazier with the designs. Oh, look at that. We know. The Brotherhood. All right, let's take a look. Oh my God, it's gone. There it is. All right, so it looks like it did flow over, and it looks like the flux did a lot of work. Note the evenness of the distribution of the, those aren't quite, I mean, they're a little better. They're a little better than what they were. I still don't, like, that doesn't look like it flowed over, but I guess it did. Yeah, looks like it all did. Just some of them have a lot less solder on them, so I may have to come in and add solder to some of them. These didn't move at all. There's still solder on the other side, but they just didn't move. Well, at least the flux melted. Looks a little dodgy, right? Oh no, I guess that's good. What do you guys think? I don't know. I think it fixed the crystal though. That looks like it's in a much better spot. What else do we got here? There's the banks of stuff. Those look a little weird. You guys don't know what you're looking at? Here, I'll turn you guys back. You guys could come back. Oh, they're there. Yeah, I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. There's a couple that I really, well, I don't need to add to that. This one is not soldered. Yeah. Why not just use hot air? I'm afraid I'm going to damage stuff if I go with hot air. And I wanted to show you guys the oven. And I'm trying to host a show. So, I don't know. My decisions are weird. But they revolve around a lot more than just being the most effective thing. Yeah, I know it's not a big board, but still. I'm afraid that I'm going to damage this because it's a special board. I don't have any more of these. You know, what do I tell Julian? Hey man, I blew up your board. He'd be like, I know there was no other way. He would trust me, but I would feel terrible. Taking advantage of the fact that there's a lot of flux on these already. What? That didn't even do anything. Ugh, I'm gonna add it, and it's gonna be too much. I guess it's all right. It's not great. Borderline. All right, so these need a little solder. Maybe we'll do one more heat cycle and call it a day. Once I get, you know, a little bit of solder on some of these, the ones that are looking particularly dry. I'm just desperately trying to not add too much. each of these. They're looking pretty well soldered, though. That's the thing. And I want to have that nice surface mount looking thing of solder on these. Yes, I have said 4 to 5 times already this stream that I should have purchased thinner solder in order to have more control over the amount that I'm putting onto each one. Sadly, though, this is what I got. And you can't exactly stretch this stuff by trying to pull it apart. Ugh, man, you know, you can't win them all. I'm just disappointed in how it looks, that's all. Oh, got nose tickle, nose tickle. Ugh. Okay, I'm back. No, I'm not. Nose still tickle. Don't you bring those AVE-isms in here. That man doesn't even speak English. He's already branched off to his own language at this point. I'm not allowed to watch AVE because otherwise I'll take on all of his expressions. I'll start using AVE-isms way too much. I'll sound like his subreddit. His subreddit is an embarrassing place. At least last time I poked my head in there. That's the problem with being a content creator in this sphere, is that I enjoy this content because, you know, why would I create it if I don't enjoy it? And I will take on the jokes and the mannerisms and the, you know, all that fun stuff. Yeah, but I don't want to do that because I want to have a, you know, a shred of originality to my streams. I want to stand out from that crowd, you know. And so I end up stealing all of Tomato's jokes or Rabaz's jokes. All right. So yeah, I'm actually adding solder, which is even more embarrassing than what we were doing before, because I removed solder and I probably removed too much. It looks like all this stuff is soldered. I'm just not like happy with the amount. Like that looks the way it should. This one's close, but it looks like I don't know, the other end didn't pull or something like that. I'm just not happy with it. What's going on with this one? Problem is, if I add too much heat to these resistors, these surface mount chip resistors, the heat can sometimes carry through to the other side, and you'll end up wiping your part off of the board. And these actually went perfectly. These are going to get another heat cycle, though, which is not particularly great for your electronics, but it's also not disastrous. That chip can take a little bit more. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But this way, I got a little bit more solder to pull on either side of these chips, and maybe that'll line them up a little better. Imagine being original. I try, but it's just nothing. There's nothing there. The originality that a bearded white guy on Twitch can bring. We certainly don't have a lot of those in the engineero sphere. All right, let's see here. What else do we got? I feel personally attacked. I know. All right, let's see. What else do we got? Anything else look kind kind of shitty. These kind of look shitty. I think when I clean up the solder, they look better. Oh, it looks like it is too much. Yeah, see that? That's, I don't know. Crease stains. How dare you call back to that? Wait, why did that like... Oh. Oh, is that tombstoning? What the fuck? Oh, dear God. What's going on with this? I think that one's trying to run away. It, like, wasn't soldered on this side. Oh my God. I guess that one needs a blob. What the fuck? Ooh, thumb shaking, bad. Reposition. Gotta regrip the iron. So I got stability. I was putting a lot on the rolling of my thumb, and the muscles didn't like it. Start shaking. You gotta change what muscles you're relying on. Oops, hold on. Kind of into it, but it was the best explanation that I have for what was going on right there. Why my iron started shaking and I had to reposition. How is that getting so hot so fast that it's completely reflowing on both sides? Oh, the ground plane. That's what it is. They're attached to an already hot ground plane, and so that's allowing them to get up to temperature so easily, so that when I poke one side of it, the other side starts moving around. Now, the surface mount connectors could probably withstand the heat of the oven, but I guess I'm just going to hand solder those. All right, well, let's give this thing another go. I think it's ready for another go, this time with just a slightly... Oh, wait, hold on. See one that I don't like. A slightly larger amount of solder on it, which is too much solder. It's too much solder, but I can't help it. I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Luckily, this is a very well-built PCB. I've worked on much worse than this, with disastrous consequences. For instance, whatever I just did right there. Whatever I just did right there was terrible. Is there enough solder there? There's now no solder there. God damn it. I wish I had different solder. I really need to get a thinner, and I've said this like in the past that I need to get thinner solder, and then I've done nothing about it. Because I'm about at the point where I need to reorder solder too. Because I can almost see the spool. Almost see the spoolio. I can almost see the spool in there. So, all right, I think we hit all the points we needed to hit. We're gonna send this on another heat cycle. It can take it. It can take it, chat. It has to. It's the hero we need, not the one we deserve. How's the IC looking? Looks like it's pretty good, actually. Although I'm a little reticent about that pin in the upper corner. As somebody who soldered recently, learned to solder recently, this is immaculate. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, congrats on learning to solder, though, because man. That's a fun that was an absolute dollop of... All right, let's distribute the dollop a little bit. Ugh, I hate getting flux on the tweezers because then they start picking stuff up. My hands are actually kind of shaky today. Well, what's up with that? I need to exercise more, I think. Believe it or not, steady hands are a factor of musculature. It's them muscles that make you steady. And positioning is obviously makes a very big contribution to your ability to solder things cleanly and, sorry. Musculature contributes to your ability to keep muscles from shaking. because you need to use the muscles in order to hold them still. Also, a very large factor in all this is my hand positioning. That's why I have a camera trained on my hands when I do this stuff, so that you guys can see the tricks that I'm doing in order to make sure that the iron is stable. One thing is extending the pinky in order to put it up against the table surface in some way, shape, or form. Like if I need to get a high angle on something, I will often put the pinky down just to keep myself grounded, and so that shaking doesn't necessarily occur. You don't, I mean, some people have very shaky hands. I can't account for that. But most people that tell you they can't solder because they have shaky hands simply don't use stabilization techniques. You don't have to float your hand over everything when you solder. In fact, you don't have to do anything properly when you solder. You can hold it by the iron and burn the shit out of your hand while you're doing it. There are no rules. The ducks of the pond are free. You can take them home. No, anyway, no. See, the thing is, like, there are no rules about how exactly you're supposed to be soldering. You can do whatever you want. A lot of what I try to stress on this channel when I'm doing hand soldering is, what am I doing with my palm and my wrist and my arm and everything like that? It's like welding. Your comfort is number one. So with that comfort, you can then very precisely move things around with, your fingertips. But yeah, just stabilization of your arms and your hands, because you don't want to rely just on your own personal steadiness. All right, let's put this thing in the oven. Again. Into the oven it goes once more. And hopefully this will, like, final cleanup of everything. Really shouldn't be double baking it like this, but what are you gonna do? I feel like maybe we need a different profile, but it does look like everything flowed over properly, so who am I to judge? Come on over here. I'll hold you up to the camera. Hold the camera up to you, rather. It looks vaguely in focus from here. Yeah, here comes that solid line. Now it's able to actually get up to temperature a lot faster because the oven's warmed up. So maybe I should have put it through a cycle with nothing in it first. But yeah, this is what we're doing to build the Norn. I just have to clean up all those solder joints because I can't live with myself in a world where that's acceptable. I can't do it. What we'll do in order to clean up the board is, I don't have simple green in an ultrasonic vat. I don't have those tools. They're too big. They're too big for this shop, which is that's a little crazy because, I mean, if I could fit this oven and an ultrasonic cleaner like below it, I might have room in the corner. I might actually have room to move this oven back in here, but I'd have to get rid of my scrap pile of electronics. I don't want to do that. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to be putting the board in a simple green solution and having ultrasound render it, clean as a whistle. What I do is I use Goof Off. The acetone and orange combo does a really good job of cleaning up boards. And since we were a little sparing on the flux, it shouldn't be too big of a cleanup job. From there, the board should look brand new. Here we go, we're getting up to temperature. We're climbing the mountain. The bear's going over the mountain adiabatically. And actually, you know what? Being this on target here hopefully lends itself to reaching this goal, because it seems like the oven has trouble getting all the way up to this temp, which may be something that I can program out. Not sure. It'd be nice if the oven was smart enough to know the profile that it's supposed to hit for the amount of time, instead of just trying to follow the dots. That's all control systems. That's all eigenvalues and percentage, goal percentages. Sorry, you guys got a list of me sniff over here. It got real dry in Philly. And so as a result, I'm discovering that I have hairs in my nose, which is making me sniffle a lot. Come on. Come on. You can do it. It's following the line a little bit less accurately now as it gets into the higher temperatures. I don't know if there's much that I can do about that aside from just programming it out, because the lamp can only provide so much heat. So if it's going to follow this line no matter what, then I need to like push this back a little bit. You know, the peak where it finally pushes the flow over the solder. It's making little doot 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 noises because it's pulsing this fan. There's also an electronics cooling fan over here. But yeah, the noise that I'm getting is boom 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 boom. It's a cool tune, although now it's gonna, yeah, now it's tapering off. See, it didn't quite get to the goal. Although that's 250. This thing has it going up to 300. Now that should be the flow over. I can smell it. Very brief. But this slow heat up is good because that means that everything gets hot at the same rate. All the, you know, the board and the electronics, so it's less damaging to the stuff. Everything expands and contracts at the same rate, you know? Actually, it doesn't. Wait a minute, it doesn't. I wonder what kind of tension electronics are under when they're flow soldered like this. Because, I mean, the fiberglass is going to expand a certain amount, the traces on the board are going to expand a certain amount, and the electronics themselves, whatever they're made of, is going to expand a certain amount. And the difference, the delta between those expansion coefficients might lead to some forces being exerted on your electronics at a standstill. It's like tempered glass. I guess it's not enough to be significant. Fan, 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 fan. It's making little like pulse noises. Now it's just making a whoosh noise. Adiabatically, adiabatically. The air flows over the mountain, adiabatically. Here we go, we're over the mountain. All right, so that's just gonna keep going until it cools off. What are you saying? How are you supposed to make gyro stabilizers to help steady your hand if you can't solder? True. There's an IPC workmanship standard that effectively rules for the end result. Huh. If you murder Julian's norns, so help me. I know. I just paid for MATLAB and Simulink and I feel dirty about it. I feel like there's an alternative to Simulink. Possibly, yeah. I think there is there are some like incredible computing platforms out there nowadays, right? But they teach you MATLAB in schools. That's the rub. Look at how warm it is. Everything over there is glowing. I gotta wait for it to get down to like 90. Need a little less than 90 degrees Celsius before I can go get it. It's too hot to touch right now. Too hot. What's so warm over here? Oh, it's just reflection. Oops, wrong camera. Go over here. I'm gonna wait for everything to cool down. It is a gray day out there today. Was there supposed to be snow? Nah. Nothing says 65C. I still don't trust it. I think it was 50C when I got it out before. And the fan is still on. I'll wait for that to turn off. It's starting to pulse. Starting to pulse. 60C. See, these are great if you're manufacturing like a circuit board. Like if you're distributing a circuit board to people, like as part of a kit. You can do that whole thing with solder paste and plopping your electronics down. You got the well-tuned oven, you just boop, and then it makes a professional circuit board. We're using it right now to make our circuit board look professional. Barring, you know, I can't go back. I would like to go back and do it with paste, but can't go back. So we tried to add just a little tiny bit of solder to some of the pins that needed it, and hopefully now things will look a little bit more professional. I put a lot of flux on the board, so I was able to actually drag solder the main IC, and I think everybody will be happy with the results now. When I clean it off, it's going to look downright professional. I'm confident of this. Cue the next 20 minutes of me just complaining about how it doesn't look very professional. We're at 51C. I'm going to let it get a little cooler. And then we'll hot potato this hot potato over to the hot potato. Hot potato, hot potato, hot potato. 50C. Do I feel confident enough? Hot potato. Hot potato, hot potato. Ha, 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 ha. Owie, owie, owie. Ow, 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 ow. Nah. Jeez. No, that's Dr. Zaius, is what I was saying. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Ooh, Dr. Zaius. This is just Rock Me Amadeus, but all right. Can you play the piano? Well, we're not going to fix it any more than this, so this is what it's going to look like. It looks all right. It still looks like a child soldered it, but let's clean up the flux and see how it looks. I mean, like, that's too much solder. I hate it, but I can't really do anything about it. And for the most part, it looks like all the ICs and stuff kind of found their spot. So I can't be mad at it. And I'm certainly not going to run it through again. So what am I looking for here? Like, what would a perfectly soldered chip look like? Look like these. See, there's just a little bit of solder on all the pins, all the leads, just a little bit. It just kind of looks like it flowed over and surface tensioned, whereas mine look bulbous or dry. Some of them look right. But as a connoisseur of this sort of thing, I'm hypercritical of my own work. So that's just what I get. And as a Twitch streamer, you guys are hypercritical of my work. So in the end, I guess it all balances out to where we're all angry. I hate these things. I really dislike these, but they're what I have. It's supposed to be a C11 and C13. Oh, Lord. What do you want? Yes, they're supposed to. There's a pad in between them. Nobody could handle that when I was soldering this thing together. Everybody was like, "Oh my God!" And it's like, it's fine. That's what's supposed to be there. Jesus, Lord, save me. Okay. I hate these things. They're super duper duper wasteful. They're super duper duper wasteful. I'm throwing out like a little stick of plastic and some foam. Yeah, they just basically there's a via between the two. There's a via between the two, and the via doesn't necessarily get a solder mask over it, so the whole thing was exposed copper. And so yeah, it looks like a big blob of solder is there, but it's not. It's actually a via. I hate these things so bad. I will go back to Q-tips eventually when I use these all up, but Q-tips are at least paper products. Paper and cotton. This bottle, by the way, when like at night in here, when the temperature changes, this thing will make like loud popping noises in the middle of the night. Scares the crap out of me. Plop. Now, we've got I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to source the 470 of caps. I don't know how we're going to do that. I need to look at maybe some audio electronics stuff that I've taken apart and see if they've got that value. That value, 470, comes up a lot in audio stuff, is my understanding. Maybe we'll be able to find something that's, you know, acceptable in that range. We'll see. You can buy empty felt tip pens? Huh. That's cool. I didn't know you could buy an empty felt tip pen. Trying to make some novelty pens. Do you know which of my fluids you're writing with right now? It's my favorite. Yeah, this thing's gonna need a significant bath because we put a lot of stuff on it. Jeff Bezos will never know. That was Jeff Bezos' idea. He encouraged it. Hear about some of the stuff that they're doing to like keep the unions from actually like voting, including changing the timings on the traffic lights so it was harder to hand out pamphlets. They put like a voting booth, or no, not a, sorry, a mailbox, like in the middle of the factory floor where it has cameras on it and stuff. And they plastered it with like anti-union signs and things. There's some crazy shit going on. I was reading about that earlier today. I didn't read a lot though, so I don't know everything. I don't profess to know everything. I'm calling space. Hello, Jeff Bezos. He's sitting there in his rocket with a cowboy hat on. Hello? This is all I've done is spread flux throughout the entire board and made it look terrible. This is the darkness before the storm right here. Yeah, it hasn't gotten quite to 1900s levels yet, right? Yeah, see, these are still coming up flux colored. Everything's coming up flux. Maybe an isopropyl alcohol bath will wash away a lot of this. Maybe that's what I do next. Ah! Let me spray this with a little alcohol. Because I can sit here and do this forever, but I have a little pressurized can of isopropyl. No, I don't. Where did it go? Hopefully the coating on the PCB isn't like getting damaged by the acetone. Usually that shouldn't happen. But what can I spray into? Let me get a paper towel. Paper towel. This is gonna get alcohol everywhere. Typical Saturday night. Yeah, acetone on PCBs is fine. I do it all the time. No, it's just excess flux was causing it to be weird looking. Look, brand new. No, there's just a lot of flux, so I was just only pushing it around. The acetone breaks up stuff really well, but I never had troubles using it. Had to take the silk screen off? Well, this is a pro circuit board. I don't know who's making your circuit boards, but I've never had it take off the markings. I've been in this game a long time. All right, so that's clean. Not quite as shiny as it was before. I wonder if there's a little bit of residue. Maybe the acetone did do something. I've never used a JL PCB before, so. Yeah, it's clean enough. Here's our electronics now. R9, or rather R10. Why are you still crooked? I don't use a brand name flux. I just did tacky flux into Amazon and bought whatever I could. And then Jeff Bezos like threw it at me like it was a dart from a moving car. It was a limousine, drove by, and he freaking threw it and it stuck into my face. GLPCB, you're saying is a little cheap. Well, the quality of this board is pretty high. Like I'm happy with the quality of this board. Yeah, see, it's stuff like this. There's still flux on the board. That's probably why it's still a little bit cloudy. Let me see. I guess I could try alcohol in this, but oh god, it's under too much pressure. I just rocketed alcohol all over my bench. Delicious. Is that still coming up brown? I don't think so. There's just a little deposit of it. Yeah, it's looking pretty clean. Pretty clean, pretty clean. Alrighty, I'll let that alcohol kind of dissipate. But yeah, I don't really have a before and after shot. There's still flux. Damn it. There's still flux all over this thing. God darn it. I don't have space for a parts washer. I'm not made of money and space. Also, it would be heinously boring if I were to do that. Like, oh yeah, now we just put it in here for 3 hours. What are we gonna do, chat? We just hang out, talk about sports. How about that sports team ball? Oh no, I'm actually not allowed to talk about sports now. I think my whole city is mad. I'm just trying to get these little deposits of flux. No, not mad at me. I didn't do anything sports. No. No, we just lost. We're out of the game. No clean flux? Yeah, that's a misnomer, huh? Jays, would you just clean up? Just clean up already. Well, good enough. Good enough. I'll give it another blast of alcohol. Maybe the flux will respond like my liver and just give up. Stinky. Luckily, there are no sources of ignition around me. All right, now dissipate into the atmosphere. or it will render my ability to process oxygen in the air inert. Cough, cough. Stop abusing your liver. It's doing its best. An opportunity to clean off the bench a little bit. Alcohol. All right. Yeah, that looks brand new. It's actually shiny again. It's shinier than it was before because it removed just that little... What was happening is all the solvents and stuff were dissolving the flux, but then they were distributing the flux throughout the board. So I think that initial blast of alcohol distributed a thin sheen of flux on the whole thing, and it just wasn't looking very shiny. I was getting a little concerned that the acetone was damaging the silkscreen layer, which is completely unheard of to me, because acetone does not do anything to any of the stuff that we're using in electronics. People are always reticent about me using acetone on electronics, and I've never had a problem with it. And I was thinking, well, this is it. This is finally the day that whatever polymer coating they're using is getting damaged by the brief, very brief exposure to acetone. But I like this stuff because it breaks up. It breaks up a lot of the shit that comprises flux. Now, you can use isopropyl alcohol, and that's what I went to for a washdown. It took 2 washdowns for it to get shiny again. There's probably still a coating of stuff too, but like if I kept using these things, I would just be pushing flux around the board. They don't really absorb a lot of it. But all right, now we're on to traditional soldering to put all the rest of this thing together. Yeah, it's the orange flavor. That's what did it, right? So yeah, our electronics, damn it, still look like there's a lot of flux around them. Oh, that makes me mad right there. The first thing I freaking look at is a big deposit of flux. No, I'm not gonna do anything else for the flux. It's fine. Everything looks soldered though, give or take. You know, sometimes there's not enough, sometimes there's too much, but they look much better aligned and vaguely more professional than when I started. That was the goal. That was the goal. They got these little deposits of flux around them that I haven't fully cleaned off, but I'm too angry to do it. Yeah, see that trace got mechanically de-solder masked, so we just gotta be careful about scraping the board now. I think maybe this solder mask is not the best, but yeah, there's still stuff on it. You can see that I'm like dragging a fingerprint around on this thing. There's still stuff. No, ripping off the surface mount stuff itself is actually very difficult to do. I could use a toothbrush and get a little bit of mechanical stuff on it. I think what I should do is do a like a bath in alcohol bath, maybe brushy with something like a plastic bristle toothbrush, and that might clean it up more if I just stick to alcohol. But anyway, I think we're doing okay. Oh, God, yes, same stuff you hear over and over again when you use acetone. Be careful with acetone, young child who knows nothing of what they're doing. I'm beeping. Hold on. I could go for an alcohol bath. Something your mom joke. 5 units left. We have 5 units until I have to take a break. All right, so we're back to Norn. Well, actually, we need to find a 470. I don't know where I'm going to be able to find a 470 UF cap with a 1206 sized. I looked through all my parts. It's not a part that I stock. It's not a part that they normally put in like surface mount capacitor things. But there's a chance that we find one. Let me get some old stuff out of the bin here, or let me just get the whole old stuff bin up. And let's see if we can find something audio related and see if we can't zero in on a 470 UF capacitor. I'll take 0805 at this point. But it seems like I have enough stuff that we should be able to find something. Oh yeah, let me turn the oven off. Oop. So I'm gonna prop this bin up over here so I don't crush any of Julian's stuff. All right. So, I mean, first and foremost, up top, oh, no, yeah, I'm not gonna, no, I'm not even gonna. Maybe I will as I look through. But I mean, the first thing that I found was that speaker light thing. So we've got an audio processing setup right here with what looks like some big caps. We'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, hacking insulin pumps is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life, and I hate it. It's basically the press ruined all of our closed loop systems for us by releasing those, because the insulin pump companies then had a fairly nice little excuse to keep to put a lot of heavy encryption on insulin pumps, and so no longer could we easily create basically a man-in-the-middle device to close the loop between the glucometer, the constant, the CGM, the constant glucose monitor, and the delivery of insulin. But the thing about insulin pumps is they have a maximum amount that they can give, right? Baked into the software. You'd have to get behind that system, and you can't. If you send it a wireless signal to inject as much insulin as possible, you will get a typical bolus, and the user, the diabetic who you're fucking trying to kill, whether immediately through too much insulin or in the long run by making them broke, basically would feel funny. And then they'd look at their glucose level and they go, oh, weird. And they drink orange juice. There's your attack. There it is. That's it. I'm livid about the dire nature of the reporting of that. All right, so we're hoping for a 470. I don't know if we're going to find one, but I mean, this is a Bluetooth audio system. And so there's a lot of surface mount electronics here. So we could try to salvage, we try to see what values these are and maybe salvage them. I don't know if they're doubling up on caps or something, but let's see. Man, I feel hypoglycemic and it's really distracting, but I know I'm not. I'm just feeling like that. I don't know what it is. I feel hypoglycemic. Weird. Maybe I should do a level. All right. So we got to. This is welcome to Shaving the Yak, everybody. In order to build the Norn, I'm missing a component. So I'm looking at this board in order to determine what components it has and see if we can salvage one of those. But before I do that, I need to get the only thing that I have that measures capacitance, a new set of batteries. So now we're doing that. Shaving a yak, shaving a yak. Let's get the yak shaving. These things are pretty cool, though. They're very Canadian. They have a maple leaf logo on them. All right. Yak shaving, yak shaving. Shave that yak. I got plenty of these, though. Plenty of these. In fact, I've got them all in a drawer, and a lot of them have exploded because they're not in any kind of enclosure. I had to throw out a bunch of them. They would short themselves out and then explode. You probably shouldn't put coin cell batteries in a drawer on their own, huh? Life lessons. I'll get some new ones. Maybe that'll give it a little bit of a chance. I gotta revamp that battery drawer. I think I need to I gotta make like dividers. All right, so yeah, I buy these things in bulk. Let's separate these. Yeah, the problem is when you put these just in like a loose drawer, the two contacts are right here, and so they'll just hit up against their buddy and then short themselves out and then explode. Not a dire explosion, but it will release battery acid into the drawer. Why does it take? Why 3? 3, you know? Where are my scissors? 3 means that I have to cut this thing in order to Ah, whatever. I'll just put it away like this. I'll be fine. What is the logic in using Mylar to package batteries? Wait a minute. Is this conductive? This has got plastic on the front. I got beeping. I'm beeping at myself. Glucometer / insulin pump. It's not happy. I'm really hoping one of these is 470. Oof. Is that a button? Oh no, it's a bolt. You probably check to see whether or not it works, huh? Oop. Yes, it works. Okay, cool. Yep, cool. All right. Screen is looking a little rough. I should probably buy a newer one of these because I got this a long time ago. The newer ones probably work a lot better. They're probably also rechargeable. Should be nice. What's going on with that one? Is it stripped? Well, there's a reason to get a new one. Is that even like going in? It's like terribly stripped. What's going on? Did I do the wrong screws? Was it 3 types of screw? No, 1 type. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's 3 drastically different screws. One is a machine screw. No. Okay, 2 of one type and 1 of the other. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So I guess this one's supposed to go up front. Oh, you guys can't even see. There we go. Well, at least that one holds. This one is terribly stripped. And will just sit there for decoration. And that one too. I guess these are, the ones in the back are decorative. just gotta deal with that. All right, so this thing is cool though, because this actually will measure capacitance. Now, this is in situ, so we might have a little bit of trouble reading the specific capacitance, because there's actually, there's other stuff in the circuit, right? So we could be reading like 2 capacitors in parallel. Maybe they decided they didn't want to have a big electrolytic capacitor on there all over the board, or they couldn't fit like a big cap, so they put 2 next to each other in order to get a specific value or something like that. That could be. And then if I measure one, I'll get both. But, you know, hey, this is as good as we get right now. So we're looking for 470 microfarads. 4.9 pico. Well, that's not right. Hello? I get nothing. 4.7 pico. All right. Problem is, it's not exactly an easy value to find. 180 nanofarads, 380 nanofarads. How many? Okay, I need to actually wait. All these values. Capacitors always annoy me with all the zeros that they have on them. I know. It's going to be a big boy. $470,000 nano or 4 billion pico. All right, yeah, so that value is definitely going to be reported in UF. Oops, wrong cameras. There we go. Got to come all the way around to the right camera. Yeah, my chances of finding it are pretty low, but I mean, when you got big boys like that sitting there, that cannot be 4.5 pico. I don't trust that. $413 microfarads. We got one, and possibly this one too. It is not 5 picofarad, you stupid frickin'. I mean, you're my favorite tool. Please work. 4.2. 4.2, but this one is just about the right value. I mean, we're like, that's close enough that I'm counting it, right? All right, let's remove this one first, and then we'll measure it outside of the circuit. Disassembly is the reverse of assembly. I was maybe going to use hot air to get rid of it, but now I'm beeping again. Glued. They glued it with glue. Damn you, glue. I gotta break the glue, I guess. But I don't want to break the part. Then we'll never know. Ugh. Yeah, the only way that I've ever been able to fight glue like this is just mechanically. You know, it'll eventually just crack off. When we did Julian's synthesizer, when we did the op amps in it, to put higher quality op amps in, I basically was just heating it up until finally it just went pop, and I felt like I felt like I was going to break the PCB. It was not cool. Because we even had the people who built the synthesizer in chat. It's not typically super glue. It's typically an ultraviolet kind of glue, so that they can deposit it all, and then deposit all the components on top of it, and then they can set the glue. It's either ultraviolet or I think there's like another type that they use, but it's not super glue because that's too quick. Yeah, it does not want to move. It does want to move. Wait a minute. I think the glue finally failed. Could try chip quick on this, but or the indomitable blob of solder. Solder blob. You moved. You moved. I saw it. Come on. There we go. You're out. I called you. You're out. All right. Look at it. Broken. Lying there. Defeated. It's like, Okay. All right. What value do we get for this thing now? Ah! So the big blob of solder is not helping me measure it. Oh, this thing turned off. Come back to us. $4.7. Damn it! We're an order of magnitude. You little bastard. Yeah, I know the big guy near it is 470. Looks like they're using the 470 and the 4.7 in order to create a filter. Are these really supposed to be 470? Man. So that ain't going to be easy to find. What did they find? Yeah, they just found chips that are 470. Or they're giving us the wrong value. 470. That's ohm, sorry. 47. Oh, wait, 47 off, not 470 off. Jesus Christ. Why do I keep getting this number wrong? So we're looking for 47. We are literally 10 too small. 47 off. I guess makes more sense for the size of the capacitor, but yeah, we're looking for 47. What do we got? What are you? 4.4. Yeah, that's another 4.7. I mean, it's going to be a big, meaty capacitor probably, right? 421 nano. What are you? 45 milliohm. 270 off? 402 off. That ain't make sense. Well, that's 400 off. That's a shame. That would have been the right value for the old value. But again, it's in circuit, so 3.7 off. I'm gonna have to do insulin break soon. Micro Henry, that's the wrong value. 41 off. Here we go. This one's a candidate. Let's take that one out and see what we got. Oh, it's this guy again. All right, let's see what your next comment's going to be, whether or not that predicts your participation in this channel. I know you can't help yourself, in which case you can beg a moderator, get unbanned, but you're not there yet. We good. We good. Yeah, they're still glued down. God damn it. Come on, buddy. Big blob of solder. I is here. I is here. I'll make going out of monitor. Monitor? A mom. Actually, there's no telling whether or not Gonad is streaming right now. He doesn't need to come back. It's all right. We're okay. We're okay. Don't worry about it. Calm down, chat. It's not my first day on the internet. All right. So there's like a buttload of solder on this thing, which doesn't really matter all that much. But we are looking for 447 offs out of this thing. Oh my God, Short Lurker found the internet. Welcome. Welcome to the internet. There's so much to find. Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. I've been meaning to memorize that, because his vocal range is pretty much exactly mine. So it's a fun song to sing. Damn it, would you just give me a value already? What's wrong with you? Probably oxidation on the contacts. Also, my thumb is tired. Come on. Ugh. No, everybody thinks that like soldering iron tweezers are like the best tool in the world. And to be honest, it's kind of like a monotasker in the kitchen. They're not all that useful. You know, and they're very, very expensive too. Why is that board so hot? Is it really dissipating heat that quickly? That's crazy. 960 net. I don't trust you. You were the perfect value. You were the chosen one, Anakin. God damn it. See, I don't have like a traditional multimeter that does capacitance. That's why I'm using this. Yeah, I haven't even ever used a pair. You know, maybe if you're like factory removing a lot of components, they would come in handy. But like for this kind of work, like you just do it. You know, you just struggle through. Have a look around. Really? Really? You're 961 nanofarads. You said you were 4 point something or 47 U in circuit. You lied to me. That's tough. It's measuring capacitance is tough. Yeah, it doesn't do it. It's an older fluke. 41 microfarads is what I'm reading right now. Were those two in parallel? How am I reading it so accurately from here? And yet when I remove it from the circuit, I'm not reading anything. There's too much stuff. My pump is really getting angry at me right now because I probably only have a couple units left. I'm probably down below 4 units. So I'll have to break in a minute. Oh, thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate that. And thank you for subs. I appreciate you guys. You guys really help out around here. It's nice to know you're worthy without a board on the wall. Well, I mean, okay, technically there is a board on the wall, so. Yeah, 958. This thing is 900, what is it? NF. So it's not the right value. That's weird. Ah, that's so weird. Because I'm pretty sure that I measured this capacitor, C99, and I got the value. Let's get this one out. Let's get this one out and test it. Thank you guys for the follows. Wondering if these are like in parallel, but I'm still getting that 440 microfarad thing. Yeah, these are pre-orders. There you go. Syphilid 8, 10 months. Have a sub, redeemable for one of those local brews. Enjoy. Hey, thanks, man. We got a lot of good local brews around here. I would like to get back to Tired Hands at some point and get me some Tired Hands. Yeah, it's a decoupling value, which is odd. It's a Kickstarter. No, I actually have hardware. I have a prototype. Yeah, we're looking for anything in the range of 40. 47 preferably. 50 is fine. 47 is the common value, right? You're not gonna, nobody's gonna specifically call for a 50 UF cap. Why are you not moving? Get out. I need to measure it. Jeez, come on, man. Could you be any worse? This thing has like an extensive ground plane. It's doing a really good job of dissipating all that heat. All the heat that I bring to the table. Okay, you literally have no excuse now. There it goes. I gotta get this thing covered in solder. Soldered now to everything around it. The rest of the build for the monome is pretty easy. So if we can get this capacitor thing solved, at least I'll be able to deliver like a whole thing to Julian when he comes back. Because now it's covered in solder flux. I think it's soldered in. Yeah, there we go. It's in the title. It's literally like right there. You could just read what it is. I don't know what to do with you, chat. 10 UF? Really? Oh, you bastard. Oh, a kilo ohm. All right. Yeah, 46 PF is a bad reading. Maybe I need to get my LRC meter. $10 UF. Damn it. How's it getting 47? All right, what else we got here? Looking for 47. I have a feeling this meter is sending me on some weird side quests by giving me weird values of all this stuff. Ooh, the beeps continue. Measuring capacitance is difficult. You basically have to send a frequency into it in order to get a reading out the other end. Which is something modern electronics are perfectly capable of, but my tools are old. 3 off. Those are 3. That's the closest we got is 10. Hello. Other side of the board. How are you doing? Let's see. What do we got at our disposal here? We got another one of these things. It's in the same block. I don't believe you. Well, nanofarad is too small. 413 NF. Oop, you guys can't see. There we go. So that ain't right. $400 micro. Well, we needed that before. I'm gonna guess it's not gonna be 400 micro when I actually like take it out. That's the problem. It's like we need 47. 47. 47. It looks like I already took the coil out of this. Because, yeah, these are audio path things. This thing has a little Bluetooth audio thing in it. God damn it. I wish we needed 400 microfarad. Because we have 2 of them. You know, these 2 are actually 400 microfarad. That's what I thought I needed, but I keep looking back at the part sheet hoping it'll change. 47U. And the ones we got were 0.47, so we didn't get the right values at all, which sucks because it's like 1 part out of a large parts list. So let's I mean I guess I'll take out the 470s and see if they hold their value, because it seems like whenever I'm measuring these things, there's, because it's audio stuff, there's like a shitload of capacitors in the path, and they're all altering the values. So maybe, just maybe, if I take that one out, I'll get the right value. Let's find out. Go back over to the other view. We're struggling with this right now. The rest of the build is going to go very easily. So I have a little bit of time to struggle with this, and at some point I will just go ahead with the rest of it. But if we can find the right value component, I'll be very, very happy. I didn't expect to really be able to find anything. This is like a Bluetooth. Well, actually, the speaker is Bluetooth. There was like a little like RF CAN component, but then this is I think this is like the volume control and final amplification. I think the Bluetooth thing is sending a digital signal over to this chip right here. I need more solder. Where in the circuit does it go? I haven't actually looked at a schematic yet. I was gonna do that, but yeah, because I mean, we could find, yeah, we could see what exactly it's supposed to be doing and cater maybe an alternative value component in its place. You might not have any difference between a 470 and a whatever I'm finding, 47. Sorry, yeah, no, I spoke correctly. Depending on what the purpose of the capacitor is. Come on, buddy. Come with me. In a minute here, I'm going to have to break to do insulin, but I want to figure out what this thing is first. Hello? Component? You can see on thermals that it's getting, the whole board, the entire board is getting warm. That's the beauty of the 300 watt soldering iron is that even with this thing sapping all my heat away, I can get those pads to be to flow over. Come on, buddy. And there's the beeps. I haven't gotten the super dire beep. The super dire beep is 4 in a row of the same tone. It goes doot, 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 constantly and as loud as it can. And that means that I am actually out of insulin. The beep I'm getting right now is a doo 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 doo, which is actually probably signifying that I am either below 20 or below 4 units. Please to be soldering. I feel like I probably need hot air on this thing. Of course, then I'd be heating up the board for like a million years. Unless this is the side of the glue. One of these has glue. Maybe they both. Maybe they both. Come on, man. Get out of my damn board. What are you doing? Bro, this isn't cool, bro. See, what I figure is that these are both audio devices, and so similar values will propagate to similar types of circuits. Oh my God. Would you just? Should I like put tacky flux on this? The whole board is like, it's getting hard to touch because I've contributed so much thermal energy into the board itself. I could throw some chip quick on this. You're on thin ice. Thin fucking ice. All right, let's get a little stick chip quick. Special stuff. Which not worth it for a single capacitor, but whatever. I'm getting frustrated, so I'm just gonna use it. ADB. You are now a low temperature alloy. And so are you. Well, actually, I only need it on one side. Alloy, alloy, alloy. And then you. And then it just leaves. That's chip quick. What chip quick does is it adds some ridiculous shit, some other kind of metal that has a much lower melting temperature. And so it alloys with the solder and creates a low temperature solder so that you can move the iron to the other pad and it'll just immediately let go because that other solder is still molten. Then you got to clean it up. Yeah, I don't know what the chat knows. Chat knows what it is. You can buy just that. I believe you can buy a similar compound and use that. It might not work as well. Digital something or other. Thank you for following. Digital DeQuinley. Hey, appreciate it. This is turning it on, turning the device that you're measuring with on as part of the process. Hello? I don't believe you. I don't believe it's in the nanofarads, you bastard. Yeah, maybe it's bismuth. Listen, you little shit. Why is this happening with all of these? They're all measuring like approximately the same as like a decoupling cap. Really? I don't believe you. Maybe I can poke the top and I'll get a better reading. I know. I have, what did I do with the LRC meter? I have that LRC meter. That thing would probably measure these a little better. This is under fresh batteries, too. The things that can really affect this are basically the interface between the metals. If I can poke them, then I can get a much better, I can get through all the oxidation, which will, you know, the oxidation will set your capacitance measurement all weird. And then the actual conductivity of my hands also has a contribution to the jankiness of this process. Damn it. Are you fucking serious? Is this one also that I don't know if I can trust this thing anymore. It's completely eroded all trust that I have in it. What if I solder it to a board and then measure it there? C9 is a 5-volt decoupling cap in parallel with C8, 100 nanofarads. C7 is also 47U in parallel with C6, 100 NF. On pin 18, Filt plus the IC. So it's a filter. So it's a specific filtering cap. Yeah, I was gonna look at the schematic, but he's jumping the gun, which is fine. That's all right. I'll look at it later. But I'm trying to find 47 because it seems like, yeah, I know this part. It has gotten hot. It's just the ground. This is why I was having trouble soldering. Is because it's dissipating heat really well. They're really well made circuit board. This is from like a solder or not. Blah, blah, blah. This is from like a bathroom speaker that goes in a light socket. It's like a light that has a speaker behind it. That's where we got the fart box speaker from. I'm trying to get a good reading here. They all seem to be reading 0.1 off, every single one. Which is why I think it's an error state. At least that one reads a little different. They read so well when they were in the circuit. Oh, how annoying. Look at this. Is it ready? Boom. What? Stop giving me resistors. $462 off, right? Yeah, that speaker's fate was sealed. It was gonna have something to do with the farts no matter what. I'm trying to like wiggle the probe on it a little just so I can get better connection. Let me try something. I wanna try something. I wanna try soldering it to a board and then see if I can poke it a little better. I'll go to the microscope because then I can see a little bit better. Oops, that's not the right one. There we go. We'll just see if it measures better when I like actually lock them down to something. I need tweezers. I was like about to use the probe tweezers, but I'll end up soldering them to something if I'm not careful. Which one was it? Is it this one? We'll just try this one. You guys can't see. Yeah, 1206 is a little big for this, but we can get it all the way out to the edges. Yeah, it was this one because the chip quick is melting on the other side. 805 and 1206 works really well in perforated prototyping board. Didn't turn it on. Turn it on. Here, go back to here. See, this way I can actually like poke into the solder a little bit and get a get a known good connection. Oh, maybe I can't. .7. God damn it. Now I'm getting angry. 4.7. Can I multiply it by 10, please? All right, let me get this one on the board and we'll see. Yeah, it seems like measuring these chips like hanging out in the air is not really working out for me, just because I can't get a good contact. It's the oxidation of the solder and stuff that prevents it from reading properly. This one's a bit thicker, a thick boy. That one down there. That'll kind of hold it, and I guess I can add solder. My pump beeping at me, my insulin pump beeping at me is really getting on my nerves. So I need to do my due diligence in a minute. What the fuck? That didn't even solder. What's going on here? Buddy. There we go. All right, good enough. Basically, it's just holding it there so I can manipulate it a little bit easier. And this thing turned off. Should probably turn it into just capacitor mode, not auto mode. So that one actually is 900 NF. I'll just double check that by pushing in on it a little bit here. Try to get a really good connection. 900 NF. Damn it. I'm plagued with these things. The other ones that we removed, I think we got a good reading on, but I can try them on the board. This is some yak shaving, chat. This is some yak shaving. I guess we could look up the purpose of the capacitor and see if we can sub something in there for it. But it seems like a pretty special thing. This is what happens when you get flux on the tweezers. You can't drop that cap. All right, fine. Don't drop that. Dun, dun, dun. What? Okay. This capacitor is just functioning to be a pill. All right, there. You know what? Just hang. No. Get over here. You just hang out there for a second. All right. Don't make any noise. No. Okay. You stay there. Stay like that. Really only need one of them held down because I just need it to stay in place so I can poke it properly with the tweezers. I was gonna say pinchers and tweezers at the same time, and I said peasers. Jeff Peasers, head of amazing. Actually, wait, he stepped down. Come back to me. How is this one a larger value than the 9.9? That's like the right order of magnitude, but I don't think the NORN's going to be too happy with that sub though. If I chuck one of these things in there, that really ticks me off because like these seem to be all like very close to the right value. We're looking for 4.7. So 3 UF is not in the right magnitude. 474, not in the right magnitude. I don't want to have to order anything. Yeah, I thought because it was an audio circuit we'd have a chance, but components like capacitors are like this. You know, you get very specific values for filters and stuff, and then there are generic capacitors, but 3.3, huh? 3.7, and I might be measuring multiple things when I do this. 32. If that's actually 32, that's very close to the right value, but it's very tiny. It's a very tiny little thing. Well, let's get it out of there. Let's get it out of there. We'll see. This is like a very fruitless kind of hunt, huh? We'll get there. We'll get there, chat. Don't worry. And also, in just a little bit, I need to do insulin, in which case we'll break, and I'll do the rest of the norn. I'll just put it together without those caps and see if I can find something at some point. Which sucks, because I can't... I mean, I guess I can do a little bit of a demo of it, but I don't know if it's going to function properly without that cap there, which is why we need to look at the schematic. And I'm going to have to use chip quick. So it worked last time. Where'd I put it? Did I put it away? Put it away. I put the chip quick away. I didn't think I'd need it more. Let's get some of this stuff. Go. Just one of the little scrap pieces. You just plop that on the ground. The pin that's soldered what looks like the ground. Although they both, this might be just like from internal layers. Usually these are for like decoupling stuff, but just boop, just a little bit. That was way too much. That was a wasteful amount. Get it on over there. And then the chip is just like, bye. Okay, so we got that. I guess I can just move that over to our other board. It's my holding board. Oops, that's gonna melt into the desk. No! Give me. Okay. Ah! It tried to attack me, you saw it. All right, move this little guy over here. Oh, does this mean they're going to salt all the roads? If we're going to get flurries? Oh, man. Salt season. I was about to wash my car. Now it doesn't matter. Everything's just going to be covered in a salt sheen. All right, that thing's held in place. Let's get a reading from it. If it's 30 off, I'm gonna count it. Damn it! Turn it on. Boop. Little boop. $10 off. That's getting close. That's close enough that I'll count it. If it really is 10 off. Which means I gotta find another one, and this didn't look like a mirrored circuit by any means. Yeah, we got like 30 off out of the circuit, but I don't think there's... maybe this one? .9 off. No. We got like 30 on the other one, so I don't know. Jeez, this sucks. This sucks. I can't seem to find the right part. Let's try a different audio circuit then. Guess it's time to throw in the towel on this one, huh? Just about. It's funny though, because this is like all the right technology, so I would think there'd be a higher chance of me being able to find it here. But this design just doesn't use a 47 off. What is it doing? Let's find out what it's doing. So, Norn shield schematic. Schematic. Open source. Doot. BOM, discussion, monohm, norns, pictures, assembly. Where are the files? This isn't the GitHub. Oh wait, that was GitHub. Wait a minute, what? Pop. norns.sch. Add pull-ups to encoders. What? Oh dear God. I don't want to open it in Eagle. More beeping. It's like rushing. It's like, you know, I don't know, it's making me making me tense. Can I just get like an image schematic, please? No, looks like I have to open the SCH. Is Pyro around? How'd you view this thing? Can you take a screenshot for me? I don't know if you're around. He's probably not around. It's fine. 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 Let's take a look here. DIY Norn Shield Monome lines. What does that mean? Monome is the company. Oh, an online Eagle schematic viewer. Huh. Schematics / boards, Osh Park, bomb. Disk image assembly. Disk the assembly is a photo guide. Okay. See, I have to get the SCH file. So that would be Eagle. How do you download these things? I don't know how to work GitHub. Yeah, that's not really helping me. Actually, I think I had everything downloaded before, but what did I just download? What did I just tell it to download? Wait, Norn's main. Okay. What is all this shit? That's the whole web page. Okay, well. No, I don't think I got the right thing. Where is the... I'll just search. It's just the... Yeah, it's just the GitHub. Or I'm not looking at the right thing. Okay. Do. Donk. Badonk. Monome, Nord Shield, GitHub. Download. Give me the documents. Open the pizza roll. Shown folder. Norn Shield Master. All right, let's take a look. Let's just do like Eagle SCH viewer, Eagle schedule. I want to know when they're playing. Oh no. Online PCB viewer. I don't. Oh, God, there's so much. Okay, one thing that really ticks me off is that these fucking like online viewers have been completely and utterly taken over by people trying to sell apps. Instead of just provide services. Like, watch this be completely cursed. Launchpad mini controller, Ableton push launch. I don't, you know, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the musician. Julian seems to know what the NORNS is. Hey, come here. How you doing? I find GitHub confusing. Yeah. Why does this take so long? I could literally have just put this into Eagle by now. I just don't want to boot Fusion 360 right now. I will if I have to. This thing is going to make me. This is the same viewer you used? Okay, so it'll actually work, even though it seems to be... Ah! There we go. I don't want to just go. Just let me view it, damn it. All that for some lines. All right, and it's R9 and R7. I think I've memorized those by now. Oh God, I'm beeping again. The R designations barely even make sense in their own circuit. That's C, I'm sorry, C something and C something. They're not 470 ohm, they're capacitors. There they is. C7 and C... What the hell? Oh, C9's all the way over here. C9's all the way out here. C7. What the fuck? Oh, that's C8. Yeah, these are terribly placed. God, that's confusing. Yeah, because the value's all the way to the right there, so it's like that's actually C5. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing here? Analog ground. So we're decoupling analog ground. Now that's A ground coming in here, and then we got 5 volts coming into VA. So the analog voltage, the analog 5 volts. Analog 5 volts coming into the thing. We're filtering it. So we're doing line level filtering, and the 470 ohm, is that there to cancel 60 hertz? Is that what's going on? Possible 60 hertz noise that's rattling around stuff. So the question is, if I replace that with a different value in the same order of magnitude, I think I can get away with it. I don't want to, though. I would like to find the right value component to go in there. I'm just hard pressed to locate a 470 ohm, 47 microfarad. I keep saying ohm just because it's such a common thing. Yeah, that's one of them. So from 5 volt to ground. That's all they do. It's not letting you use prime. Yeah, the names are very much offset to the right. What are my options here? Cannibal Jeebus gifted a sub to Pyro. He was going to sub anyway. He was just waiting for his prime to work. Cannibal Jeebus, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Okay, what the heck? I would like to put the right value in there, because I don't think they're just casually throwing a 470 microfarad, sorry, a 47 microfarad 1206 cap in there, because it's like they wouldn't include it if it wasn't important. So I don't know what to do at this point. I think I can maybe keep looking a little, but I am be hard pressed to find exactly that value somewhere. Watch, this board is like full of them. This is an ancient BMW board. Oh, it even has BMW in the silkscreen. That's nice. Very fancy. An arc of 4.7s. I feel like I'm building up to that. The heck is that? Jesus. I think a lot of the scrap electronics that I have are too old. Dear God, what are these? I don't even know what those are. What about my old motherboard from a million years ago? Yeah, the BMW boards we've seen. Oh boy, oh boy. Looks like it was designed in a rush, because there were some weird things going on the board that we saw. There were traces that were just doing weird stuff. 900 microfarads. I don't think that's the value of that component, especially because the component next to it has the same value. It's so hard to get a good capacitor value out of some of these things. This thing does have a lot of candidates, though. It has a lot of 1206 components on it. a 1206 component does not a 47 microfarad capacitor make. Where's the audio stuff? Audio is being handled in this corner. Doesn't look like there are any good ones around here, though. Practically need a schematic in order to figure this out. Yeah, it would be cool to go over the Tesla electronics and see how they're designing them. Like if they're like a cell phone, or if they're more like industrial electronics. Like what philosophies are they following? MF? What the fuck is that? They got megafarad? I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. This is probably a bunch of different capacitors in a trench coat that we're looking at right now. I mean, I should. One thing that we do need to do is we need to build up another octo pedal. I don't know. I got to talk to OctoJ about that, because it's not looking like I'm going to be able to get to it. Although if I finish this Norn, I guess we could go. I could pivot into the octo pedal, which means more time not building the stuff we should build. The octo pedal is a project that I've finished. It's basically just a joystick, and you push the pedal on it, and it pushes a button on the computer. So we have to assemble that, though. Do I have a bricked Arduino? No. Do they have one on there, a 47? I have a good Arduino that I'm not going to sacrifice. I'll just take one of these out, just as a Hail Mary. It's not going to be the right value, because, yeah. I just don't know what I have that is going to have the right components. I really should be using the mega tip for this. Yeah, motherboard is like too many components. It's just too much stuff. I know. I agree. They should have markings on them. It's not like we can't print on that substrate. I can't desolder it. It's too big of a ground plane. Oh no, never mind. My iron turned into safety mode suddenly. Like, I'd wager there could be one on this, but it's not. I don't know how common that value is, right? This one is not cooperating. Just so I know what value these all are. Now I'm pulling the chip quick. We now know for a fact that this is glued to the board. There it goes. Stupid glue. Sneaking it over to this board. Looks too thin to be a 47. You never know. Well, actually, now we do know. Let's see what value it is. See, now I can actually give it the beans. $9, $10. Hey, if these are 10 off, sold, why is it going up? If I wait long enough, is it going to go all the way up to 47? Hey, 14 UF is not bad. Madcap Horse, thank you for following. Still hot? Maybe. It seems a little weird, right? All right, now it came back to the same value, 14.4. 14.4 UF. I mean, it's close. it's a fraction of the value, but it is a close value. So I'm gonna steal it. Uh-oh, that was 3. Okay, what do you want, insulin pump? No insulin. There we go. See, it goes to high volume and everything. All right, I gotta swap this stuff out. You guys unfortunately can't see it because I'm not allowed to show my ample midriff on Twitch, in addition to the fact that it's got a needle. So I'm gonna do that off camera, and you guys get a BRB with some music going. Oh God, I have so many tabs open. All right, I'm gonna BRB. It's just gonna take me like a minute or two. Herb. BRB. Dynamite. All right, yeah, be right back. So we found a value that's very close. Kind of liking it. I don't know. Can we just figure out like what does a 47 UF decoupling capacitor do? With capacitors, it is. Standing board around something. Time to digital converter chip run into something which I found to be incredibly odd. They recommend using 47 UF caps on almost every single VDD line, 12 in all. They recommend to use a certain kind, which is a 1210 47 UF. Let me know 325 BJ. That's a lot of BJ. What's so special about this one? It's $1. That's what's so special about it. $40 just for decoupling caps. Jesus. Okay, the very, very elaborate question. And then somebody comes in here like, that's already been asked. And then I don't get an answer. Certainly seems overkill. Oh my god, this thing is still beeping at me. What the fuck do you want? Incompatible bolus. Your BG is above target. What the fuck was that? That was weird. That's like I just primed it and everything. All right. Well, wants to give me a little bolus. Looking at the IC specs, think you'd be fine in your normal technique, but of course this device first blah 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 blah. Oh jeez, what a cringe. All right, smaller caps give better high frequency. That's what I'm thinking. It's like 47 and 470 somehow get us into the 60 hertz noise range. Is that what we're trying to filter? Because I don't know how the numbers pan out. Because it's like 47 is a weird number, right? So if I do the capacitor time frequency equation and come out with a number that's near 47, that would make sense to me. Rule of thumb 0.1 per power pin is way overkill, really. Real high-speed decoupling is done by the power planes alone. High-speed noise can't be smoothed by the caps simply because their intrinsic inductance. Further, when they couple the blah, 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 blah. At certain frequencies, his approach is to use closely spaced power and ground planes. All right. Low impedance path at high frequencies, use a few 0.1 and a few more 0.01. That's a little crazy. Smaller the package, the better, but it's important to use parts that don't have too low a value of ESR. I think if you were to simulate the effect of using a 47 UF 1210 caps, you'd find they may work great below a couple of megahertz. Okay. This is a very wordy answer to say absolutely nothing. Yeah, man. This is the kind of person where I need somebody to come fetch me away from them at a party, so I wouldn't insult them. But if I was getting through this was a chore, and they really effectively said nothing. 27 picoseconds, power supply, internal phase log loop, synchronization, the oscillator, blah, 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 blah. All right. It all depends on what frequency range. 47 UFs are going to be good for providing very low impedances at relatively low frequencies. 47 UF going to be in series resonant, blah, 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 100 kilohertz to 1 megahertz. This is the megahertz region. Nanofarads. 47 NF is going to resonate at tens of megahertz, which is fine for medium speed designs. For the best bypassing, 10 NF. I do not know. I do not know. I guess the purpose of the capacitor would be to provide for, like, in an inrush, I guess, on the analog line, because it is on the analog line. So I guess it's just trying to, like, help for common mode noises. 47 off caps work for them. Likely depend on some undocumented amount of ESR, blah, 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 blah. RC dampers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. They're getting into the weeds there. What size and how many? Well, let's find out where they say 4.7. Okay. That's somebody's stats. There we go. Smoothing capacitor should be placed as you stated in the circuit in case of current spikes caused by load changes. That's what I was getting at. In placing a smoothing cap, place it as close to the IC pin as you can. A value of 47 to 100. 47 to 100. So we undershot. We need more. I mean, we have... No, those are 900. We have 900. But no, this... Okay. The locations of the 47 to 100 caps are much less important than the lower values. So we're... I plucked the hair. Didn't mean to do that. Some hairs just don't like to, you know, you do this and you come out with like 2 or 3. 47 to 100 is our new goal. Look at that. See, this is all that mattered. That's it. 47 to 100 off. We got 0.47 off. Do I have... I think I have 100 uffs. I am a man of many uffs. 22 is as high as this thing goes. You useless fucking kit. Fucking hell. And then my generic capacitors, I don't think go that high. Let's find the capacitors. Un momento. Aha! 100! Oh, it's polar. Son of a bitch. Never mind. That's a polar capacitor. We don't want polar capacitors. We want ceramics. Although it probably really doesn't matter all that much, but still, it's the only 100 off that I've got, and it's this big yellow can. And I don't think the ESR is going to be good on it, right? Maybe? I don't know. Not the right thing. Let's not get discouraged, though, Chad. We have a range of values now. We're armed with knowledge. We know what we're doing. We can do this. We have the power. We can figure this shit out. Now, what values have we already extracted? These are like 4, right? I'm not doing a tower of capacitors, you assholes. No, you guys are assholes. That's 1 uff. 4 uff. 8 uff. 13. It's like it's incrementally going up. 13. 9. It put like 10 of these. All right, so we need a large value, and it can be anywhere in that range, and it's specifically for inrush, which makes sense. I was just wondering whether or not it was like a specific to 60 hertz or something like that, in which case I would have to find exactly that value. But we are just looking to handle inrush, so we need anything, and I'm going to keep it ceramic, from 47 to 100, maybe even bigger than that, but we'll just see what we can find. Yeah, a little bit of information just changed all of our expectations here. 1 nanofarad? Are you kidding me? What is this shit? This is the power supply, by the way, for that same lamp. So did we find any larger values in here? I don't think we did. I think everything in this board was a fairly low value. Okay, except for those, which are somehow reading 400 off, but then we removed it and it was a different value. I think 400 off is just not even going to happen in that size. Well, that one is straight up 25. Was not bad. Six puff, 4 enough, 25 off. This one and this one are 25 supposedly. Let's get them out of there and let's see what values they actually are. 25 is not anywhere near 47 though. Damn it! I don't want to double them up. Ugh, 25 would have been a great fit, but I don't think that value withstands. And then this one is the one that we already removed. We're not going to get anywhere near. You know, I read 400 off. Yeah, this is like a little pincer multimeter. It's from Excelta. I think they're about $100, but this one's a much older one. This is the only meter device that I have, except for the RLC meter, that does capacitance. Did I have any other value of capacitors sitting around in my bins? Hold on. Let's look through some bins here before I really go off on a wild goose chase. Are any of you capacitors? Hello? 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 Oh, wait. What are those? I think those. I have like every kind of weird voltage regulator. Oh, that's a fuse. Hello? No. Those. Nope. 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 Keep moving. What do we got in here? AT Tinies. XY caps. These are for power supplies. These have a particular failure mode to them, but I don't think they're gonna swap in or read a value at all. Wait a minute. X-rated and Y-rated capacitors are for like AC power supplies. Yeah, no. Nanofarad. Nope. Okay. Are any of you capacitors? No, no. There's a lot of miscellaneous stuff going on in this bin. None of it being capacitors. There's like resistors in here. Oh, weird. This one has tiny fans in it. Nope. Tweezer probes for the normal meter? Yeah, I don't know. These are okay. We haven't exactly been getting great values off of it. But that's just the nature of the beast, right? I don't think this is kilo ohms. Why did my phone just bloop at me? Hopefully it's not a business bloop. These are diodes. These are diodes. What am I doing here? 10 kilo ohm resistors. I need to organize some of these bins a little better. All right, where is another bin of miscellaneous stuff? We're looking for 100 microfarad or similar. I don't know why we're looking in ceramic, because I mean I could put a polar cap on there if I just put it the right direction, and it would do the same function, wouldn't it? Or is there some reason that I should be keeping it ceramic? I think we do have to hunt in circuit for them. Like I've got these electrolytic surface mount ones. This one is 47 and 10 volts. I mean, maybe we should put these in there. Yeah, 47 off, 10 volt. Electrolytic. Might go to the electrolytics. See? 228 ohms, just like I said. See that? 48 off. I think we might do these. Even though these are this obnoxiously large, that might be too big. It might actually not fit. Hold on. It's actually too big. It's too big. It doesn't fit. Those don't fit. They don't fit. Yeah, I was gonna guess as to which end was positive, but they're like the size of the board. They're way too big. Never mind. A little bit of an economy of scale. Sorry, giant 47 UF caps. You guys go back in. A sacrifice to the inrush gods. I'm not doing the tower. The tower hour power. What are these? These are probably smaller values. These are from a project where I didn't really know what I was doing. Wait a minute. I got 2 types of cap in here. Hold on. Tower of Uff. Actually, I like that. That's that game where you stack all the muscle guys on each other. The Tower of Uff. Give me a good reading, man. I don't think this is nanofarads, just judging by the size. This is like a large 0.1. Jeez. Useless. What about you? Oh, it's a chat can actually see the screen. 94 nano. Nope. Nope. Both of the ones in this bin are useless. Are there 2 types in this bin, or is that just one erroneous? I think it's just one stray cap. Yeah, we're going through all the weird stuff to see what I've got, but it doesn't look too promising. Yeah, they're pretty accurate, actually. I mean, we got that 47 off cap on them, and it read 47. 48. Which is within reason. None of you are caps. Those are resistors. Those are DuPont connectors. They read the right value. They're fine. They're fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. All right, let's see. Any caps in here? I don't even, because like I don't pay attention to capacitors. I really don't. They're like the last thing that I put on stuff. Yeah, none of that's the right thing. I think we're back to hunting them. We got real close. I found 47 off caps, but they were absolutely the wrong size. They were way too big. All right, so we need something above 47. When tie is the print on those containers, but if you look up surface mount storage container, you can find it. Is that a name brand thermal like a FLIR? Yeah, you can tell by the color palette, actually. This is the FLIR Lepton color palette. It's copyrighted. This is actually, there's a thermals command. All right, so big capacitor. Well, we know that all of these are the same value, and they're close, but they're not quite the right thing. We need something big, because we're looking to eliminate inrush. Or, well, we want to keep there from being a situation where inrush is going to affect analog. 900 UF. I don't believe you for 1 second, you lying piece of shit motherboard. All right, let's get that one out there and see what value it is. You liar! Well, I'm sorry that this stream took kind of a scavenger hunt aside. We do need to build OctoJ another octopedal. I don't know how close to the holiday season I'm going to be able to ship that thing out. It's like, hey, can you build this in December? I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, wait, why did I say yeah? Why did I say that? And suddenly my December got mad. It got crazy. Because I'm gone from the 13th until after Christmas. I'm gone, Chad. I cease to exist. And I'm never coming back until after Christmas. Never until after Christmas. We need chip click on this thing. There's too much. Oh my god. I'm going to start banning people that tell me that I can't measure capacitors on the board. Still got glue that I need to fight. So where are my tweezers? Where are my tweezers? I don't really know where they went. Put yourselves in my shoes, guys. Oh my god, this thing is not taking heat. There it goes. These might not be glued down. They might just be fighting a little bit. Did you guys know that you can't measure capacitors while on the board? The only real thing that I have to go on is the size of the chip itself. I figure that a 47 and above is going to be a rather large chip. It might even be a size up from what I'm thinking these are, but we have 1206 pads to put it on, so which an 0805 will fit on. Another 13 off, huh? A lot of these on this board. There's a lot of these on this board. 13 off is not quite 47. Might have to settle for it, though. You don't get time off, streamer. Well, I'm tanking my numbers by going away for a bit. I'm trying to do my traveling before Omicron Persei 7 or 8 gets too crazy. Because I mean, the last couple times that I was supposed to do this, the thing that I'm doing, it was the same story. It's like the same exact story where a new variant is like just about to tank everything. This guy's pretty thick over here. Let's try him out. Let's see if that one's above 100. I'm just basically looking for the biggest, meanest ceramic capacitor that this thing has on it. The big guy. Close up on the soldering. I'm trying to work quicker right now. I'll flip to it in a minute. Hello? See, I'm not certain whether or not components are glued on this side of the board. They probably are, which means I need to push them a little harder to break the glue. No, they're not glued on this side of the board. Huh. Because like, what you guys see is what I see. I look through the cameras most of the time when I'm doing soldering. Right now, I'm just using Mark 1 eyeballs. What I'm doing is I'm transferring them over to this little board because this will hold on to them for me. So I can actually get a good measurement. Okay, didn't solder at all. Come here. Ah, damn it. Still pulled the tweezers away and it was still liquid. All right. And then test out the value. Really? 6, 11, 9, 11 of? Well, I mean, at least we broke 20, right? I guess it's going through a regimen of testing frequencies or something. Why don't you just get to 40 already? Damn it. That's so close. Oh, that's not fair. Well, I think that was the biggest, meanest ceramic that this side of the board has. The other side of the board has nothing but dust. How big was that? That's a big sucker. My phone blooped again. I gotta check this. Gotta make sure there's not an emergency. Got an MMS message. Oh no. You just... Oh dear God. It's a fucking political text. I'm not responding to any of those. I don't know where I got on a fucking political phone list. I would like to find it and maybe smash their hard drives. Absolute last fucking thing that I want is a text about politics in the middle of the day. And you can't do anything about it either. If it says it was paid for by such and such fund, maybe I can, like, send them a letter, a strongly worded letter. I have one strong word that I'll send over and over again. 4 letters. For politicizing my MMS messages. Like, fuck. Go away. It's a synonym of that word, Shorty, yeah. My love for you is like a truck berserker. That'll forever remind me of Soul Calibur. We over Saturday, you guys probably know, but for the people that don't, we were talking about a buddy of ours, Paul, who we used to play Soul Calibur with, Soul Calibur 2, a lot, and 3, I think. I forget. I don't think any of us have played any of the new ones, but anyway, we had a night where our buddy, Paul, who's very good at the game, he only played as Berserker. But that wasn't the only rule. The rule was, until we defeated Paul as Berserker at Soul Calibur, we were not allowed to play, or not allowed to stop playing, the Berserker song from Clerks. Would you like to making fuck Berserker? And we had it on loud. We listened to it a lot. Because Paul was very good at being Berserker. Which was hilarious because he was just like, I will crush you. It was hell. But it was funny. This capacitor, please. Please, capacitor, please. Why are you doing this? Please. Okay, there it goes. Just added a bunch of solder and it went away. Yeah. Do another one here. What a perfboard this thing has become in our hunt for the mythical inrush limiting capacitor. The elusive 47 UF ceramic capacitor. Unicorn capacitor. Nah, take it easy, you're fine. That read 4.7. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I think these things need to go like up through the frequencies in order to test it. 12, 14, 16, 17. This is another one of the same value, which is 24 ain't bad. It's not 47 to 100 like what we were instructed by that one comment. Yeah, both of these are 23s. Ish. I don't know what the common value is. Damn you. Damn you, board. Needs to be larger than that. I don't think I'm really going to find anything on a motherboard. Which is funny, because you'd think you'd be able to find something. There's some analog stuff going on here. This side of the board is all the smaller components. I mean, these are 470s. These little electrolytics, which I don't think they'll fit in there. No, those are larger than 1206. Yeah, scavenger hunts be like this sometimes. Just kind of looking around to see if there's anything larger. I think those are the kings. I think those are the biggest ones on the board. I already got one of these, so we know that value. That one's like 10? 20? No. I don't know. All right. Keep moving. Keep moving. We're supposed to be building a Norn. So what else do I got here? I don't think I have much more SMD that's going to have anything even close to 47. Like, this one's just an ASIC. There's like nothing on this board. Jeez. There's a couple like minuscule ones. Motherboards are like, they hurt if you catch an edge. Especially when they have through-hole components. I don't think anything on this board is going to get even close to the values that we're looking for. Everything is so tiny on this. I mean, this probably also has a power supply board associated with it, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. It's so weird that I just don't have that value anywhere, you know? Like, nothing I have, nothing that I have gets even close. So, I mean, barring my ability to find, my inability to find stuff, I don't know, maybe we can just put 20 UFs on there and it'll be okay. I'm not going to double them. What are these? Oh, those look big. Hold on. We got two big ones. We got two live ones on the edge of this board. And it's right by the literal silkscreen marking audio. I got a feeling about this one. Which will betray me. No tower of UF. UF stack. Let's get this board out of here before I hurt it. Yes, the smell of my own dust burning. They're my skin cells, and I want them now. J.G. Wentworth. I'm going to put side pressure on it and then jump from pin to pin, and hopefully we don't have like a big ground plane here. My view is literally your view. Fuck. That's on the floor. I heard it hit the floor. Hold on. Binary Stream and Def Hacker and Zvanok. Thank you guys for following. All right, so I heard a little tap on the floor. There's a possibility that I'll be able to see where this thing went unless I immediately step on it, because it flew towards me, but it made one noise. So I have to get all the way down here. I found it. It was right under me. Huh, that was easy. I freaking found it. Right there. That was easy. I guess it probably hit against me and fell straight down, like I'm some kind of a backboard. I didn't expect it to give up and fly away. All right, so I'm just going to mount it on there. All right, let's go Snake Eyes. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Good enough. It's basically this board is just holding on to it so that I can poke into it a little bit. $15, $17. I don't know why it takes so long on the larger values. We got the 20. Still going. This could be it, chat. This could be it. Nope. You bastard. All right. Yeah, 23 off, huh? They all seem to be that value. And we tested a 47 on this thing and it was able to read that just fine. Am I putting two of these in parallel? I guess I might be. So we got a couple of that value on here. I'll take the one I just extracted first, and then we get the other one up here. And then I can get its buddies off of the board. I don't have a choice. We could double it up on there. We could double it up. Mercifully, there's room to the right of C7 that I can use to accomplish the shit stack that we're about to put together. Roommates are holding stomping lessons today. That's 20. We don't need, I don't know. I guess if we put the other one on there, it'll, yeah, Clog Dancing Tuesdays is it's traditional around here. Oh, dear God. The solder missed both times. That's terrible. Hold on. This is not a great surface mount implement. Look at you, limiting inrush. Wow. Okay, and then we put one next to it, I suppose. Some audio expert's gonna listen to the Norn and be like, sounds like you have two capacitors in parallel in there. Something about the way the kicks hit. It's like, I don't know if I can clean that up, you know? It's just gonna look bad. I guess I could pop a little bit of flux on there and try to see what that looks like, but I hope they finally teach somebody to do a layup with clogs on. They've been working on that for a while. It sounds like, you know. All right, and then C9 mercifully has a big space next to it as well. We need to find the other two. I need to extract them. Extraction. One of those, oh, careful of that, is right. Oh God, this is a war zone. One of them is right here. The other one, I think I might have already extracted. I'm not, you know, I think so. I'll have to find it. I think it's on that little board. My little extra board. My little PogChamp. That would be my entire hand in the way, yep. All right, add a bunch of solder. Make sure that I've got all my thermal capacity advantage. This time more gently. Putting a little pressure to the side of this. And then bouncing between the pins. Just like your boy. Now, did I preserve the contacts or did I rip them off? Nope, I think they're good. Posting comments every... Okay, let's get this out of the way. Get this back over here. And all I need to do is just hold it down. I just want to test this one. Okay, or it could do that. That's fine. It's fine. We can work with that. Okay, that's all I need. All I need is it to just be held in place, because now I can take the tweezers and I can poke into it a little bit. That poking is what gets you through the oxidation on the outside. I'm trying to build a better chat on that board is what I'm doing. 8. Oh, nope, lost it. $20, $21, $22, $24. Not too bad. Okay, now is there another one of these on here? Which one was it? Which one was it? Was it out here on the edge? Yes, it was. Okay. So the two that are out on the opposite sides of this board I can use, and I'll put them on the Norn. I'm hoping I can finish the Norn in an hour. I don't want to build this off camera. I want to build this on camera, you know? That's why we're here. Because all the software is loaded into this thing. I mean, I guess if we got to work on a Thursday, we work on a Thursday, but I have so much that I need to do. Okay, we're going up here. That's a big component. Ooh, that's all over the place, isn't it? That's all over the place. We'll have to correct that. Let me just get these down first. Because all that solder on the other end is what's making it go all over the place. Why do I get the feeling these are different values? No, they're the same. They're just weird on this end. All right, so let's correct this. God, these are like old components too. I think tacky flux has to happen at this point. That's way too much. But that'll kind of clean this up a little. Ingo423, thank you for that follow. I need to be able to flip from side to side quickly, and I'm not really getting that. Shit. I also smell Chipquick. I think there's still Chipquick in here. Oh, what are you doing? No! There's like a bead of solder on the end here that's preventing me from getting in there. I'm gonna do a little bit of this on the end. Gotta clean up some of that mess. Now, is that soldered? Looks like it. Might be missing just a little bit. I'm gonna give it a little dollop and see what happens. Oh, it looks like it's in contact with that too, which is a problem. That's a problem. We gotta sneak it over to the side, even though I think that's connected to the same stuff. Yeah, I think that's parallax. I think we're okay there. Damn it. This is not working quite the way that I wanted it to. Okay, that's a little better. See if we can get the other one to move. So this iron tip is so big that it's actually difficult for me to properly control it when I get from side to side like this. And I have like a millisecond window. Oh, you bastard. Oh. Okay. I'll get it. I think that pad, I think I wasn't soldering down to that pad. The pad doesn't really even look like it has solder on it. Okay, let's see if we can correct this. Oh, it definitely has solder on it. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so now we got to do the tweezers. Giant block. Why don't you just stack the caps? Well, here we are. I hope you're happy. Yeah, I unseated the one behind it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it all. Don't you worry. We now have enough heat in here that I'm able to just manipulate these things. Probably need a smaller iron to work with that. Come on. Come on, little guy. I know it's a little out of focus since it's been bugging me for a while. But I don't want to reposition right now because I'm in a good spot. Come on, buddy. I need you to move just like a little tiny bit. Oh, come on. You do this for a minute? No. Just a little bit. Come on. I don't want to keep heating this part of the board up, you know? Like if I take hot air to this, I'm afraid I'm going to like delaminate the circuit board. Might be my only option at this point. What is it? Why is it not? How come I had such control of it before? I'm like about to just leave this here. I think I'm leaving this one. I think I'm leaving it like that because it's just not moving. I don't know. I think something's sapping away on my heat. Yeah, look at that. Hey, Cosmo. CosmoQuest-X. If you guys are interested in space and cool space stuff, you guys check out CosmoQuest-X. They run a cool stream. A very cool stream. I'm struggling with this norm right now. This is a... I don't know what a norm is, but it's a mono thing. It's a norm shield, which is apparently something that my friend who produces music wanted, and so I am obligated to build it for him now. That is just not connected, is what that is. What we did was I basically went over the bill of materials and all the parts with him, and he bought everything on my instruction. I probably looked up the wrong value of one of the capacitors. More than likely, actually. So it's probably in the bill of materials as a 47 microfarad capacitor is supposed to be sitting in a spot. But we had a 0.47 farad capacitor. That wasn't gonna cook it. That wasn't gonna run. So what this is we looked up the schematic, and we found that it is in fact a inrush, basically just like it's being used as just like a little storage for the inrush voltage on the analog values. So when you set off like a drum sound, your analog voltage value isn't going to dip, right? So we looked everywhere for a 47 microfarad surface mount capacitor of the right size. I looked through all kinds of different scrap electronics, things that have audio on them, and we weren't really able to find anything. So we looked up online. This is the problem with getting these parts is that you can't just measure a capacitor on a board. You need to remove it from the board, and then you can test it. And this is the only device, handheld, that I have that actually can test capacitors. So we had to go through these circuits, remove the capacitor, and initially just look at the capacitor. Oh, there's a big capacitor. Does that? Oh, it kind of looks like it's the right value. Pull it from the board, put it onto our own board where nothing is connected. That's this guy right here. And then test it with the tweezers, and then get a valuation of what the farad value of the capacitor is. This called for a 47 microfarad capacitor in a 1206 package, which is kind of, it's a little weird. It's not terribly weird, but it is a little bit weird, but you'd think you'd find more of them on all these circuits. I just straight up Googled, what is the purpose of a 47 microfarad capacitor? And we saw that because of the schematic, it was a decoupling capacitor. So we're looking around at forum advice. Some of the advice was, if it's a decoupling capacitor, you might not even need it at all. All right. And then I finally found the golden comment, which is that it's a smoothing capacitor for inrush. You should have a value from 47 to 100 microfarad. Well, okay. Looking around at all my stuff, I don't have anything of that value. I had some 100 microfarad polar capacitors. Those might have been okay, but actually, were they in the schematic as polar? Yeah, they're freaking in the schematic as polar. Weird. I wonder if those weird polar capacitors that I have could have worked. Oh, well. Well, anyway, I insisted on it being ceramic just because that's what's in the bill of materials. They might have replaced it with a ceramic later or something, and there's no polar markings on the pads. But we weren't able to find anything of the right value, in fact. What we had to do was double up. We had to double up. So we have two 23-ish microfarad capacitors put in both of these slots. Luckily, there was room next to the capacitor so that we could double them up like this. It ain't pretty, but it'll work. So what I'm doing right now is struggling to make this not look terrible. But this is what's called a norm. A norm shield. It's a Raspberry Pi device. I don't really know exactly what it does. I guess it's a sound bank or something. Oh, that is an ugly, ugly, ugly connection, but I'll take it. Now we measure it in circuit with a 100 nanofarad capacitor. 44.02 microfarad. I'm going to take 44, all right? 44 is fine. Hello? Hello? Kilo ohm. PF. Hold on. You got to kind of get through the oxidation sometimes with these things. Ten ohms. Hello? There we go. I'm not getting any value off of this. I mean, it's not reliable to be measuring these things in circuit, but I still should be able to get something out of it. There, 43. Yeah, so 43 and 44 microfarads. C8 is crooked and I can't do anything about it. It's soldered in. I can't correct that, and that bugs me, but I'm gonna have to live with it. I'm gonna have to live with my mistakes. I think the electronics are kind of done on this thing. I think we can finish that part of it. It's looking a little dodgy. Hold on. Norn. Okay. Yeah, it's a little weird, but good as it'll get. Really need to make sure that that's actually attached. Mono Norn. Yeah. It's a weird one. Why am I not, like, getting... Okay, there it goes. That's a weird solder joint. I don't like it, but I guess I don't have to. Yeah, I don't think we're dealing in math stuff. Okay, all right. So we got through that. Let's go back. We're done. I'm not doing any more of the microelectronics on this thing, which means we're back to the tutorial. Leave. This is the advice, by the way. I hope it's all right. You know, it might have some troubles if it really has to hit a lot of analog stuff. Okay, so we are looking at the tutorial because they basically, oh yeah, we need to do, okay, so we can do the audio connectors now. So you do the audio connectors and then we can do the knobs, place that down. Let's get rolling, chat. We're finally rolling on some better stuff. I had to be hunched over this thing for another friggin' 5 hours just to get here, but our audio chip and all of its accompanying accoutrement are all in place. Let me get the scrap bin out of the way so I can get the other light in here, because it's getting hard to see stuff, and I got to do stuff on more of a macro scale. Move out of the way. I can get the light in. There we go. All right, finally, jeez. All right, so a lot of the pin headers and stuff, I mean, Julian ordered pin headers, but I also have a lot of pin headers, so we'll use some of the stuff that they instruct us to. I mean, I think I have the same things. I'll just have to get out in the header bin. First things first, it looks like they're putting the knobs on. The knobs and the audio stuff. So these headphone jacks, which should look pretty familiar because we actually use these on the Tom Thinks button, which is kind of cool that they're using the same stuff. So those go up here, and that's our audio in and out. So these have to have a good connection, or else we'll be in trouble. Spring arm micro. Yeah, I guess we do still have to be on the micro scale. I hate being here. No, I actually really like this, but yeah, you gotta operate in this size. Like a friggin' grain of rice underneath the board that was making it feel weird. All right, over here. So, I mean, these probably don't need to be hand soldered. I probably could have just put them in the oven with everything else, but I have my trepidation revolving around plastic going into a heating chamber. Well, it made a noise. It made like a rattling noise when I moved the board. You could tell it was like this tiny little You know, I just, whatever. And that's all I need to do. Just a little bit of solder on these. I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to I don't want to melt these connections either. That's my fear here. I gotta be careful because this iron is like real melty and it's real big. But I want to get good contact between the iron and the pin. It's like impossible to see. Go for this while I'm at the right angle. All right. Same jacks on the Game Boy scope, yeah. I guess they're good jacks. They basically, in order to mitigate the amount of forces that you would be putting into the pads, they've just got two plastic pins that go through the board. Now, I would advocate going full through-hole electronics for stuff like this, but I guess having those two plastic posts means that it's braced against the end user, which, you know, the end user has absolutely no consideration for the health of your electronic design. Because if you don't have those two holes there, then all the force is going into these three pads. It would be advisable to put some vias near it or on it directly. Part was already made in KiCad. I had to make my own infusion, but I was able to make it like the proper coloration for like the gold pins and everything, which is always fun to do. I love the visual aspects of Fusion 360. All right, our Norn can hear and talk, and I have smudges on my glasses. All right, knobs. That wasn't the next step. I'm just calling you all knobs. So these have a little bit of springiness in them, so they'll at least hold themselves in place. These are the fancy schmancy knobs, and they actually go on the other side. These are kind of fancy. These are little encoder knobs, I think. I don't think they're potentiometers. Good old Thurston waffles. All right, so I gotta get these clipped in. We can solder them on the other side. These are not gonna hold in place. How do they have them facing? I think they're all pointing towards the two knobs at the bottom. So it'd be like this. I want to make sure that I get that orientation. There's no, actually there is a double wall side. So the double wall side, and then I've got that and that. So which one goes where? Wait a minute. Like that. Let's see if I can get another picture of them. Curious. Maybe as long as I have it facing the right side. You guys didn't hear that. Let's see what I get. What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? Text facing away. All right, now I know. Yeah. Like that. Ooh, that was bright. Yeah, that's Thurston Waffles. You don't know that goofy face? Thurston's a cute kitty. So button number 3. Not good. Oh, there it is, right under everything. Okay. I was like, if we don't have that button, like, what do we do? what do we do? This is not all the same height. So what I'm gonna do is push these from the other side and solder one of the pins down on all of them. So they just hold into place so I can solder everything. The other ones have clips on them. This is where I gotta like position everything, and I have 4 hands. This part of the design is fine. I just think that the surface mount stuff should have been done a little bit larger in a kit. You know, 0805 is like human soldering size. What the? Why did it make a white cloud? What the fuck? What is happening there? Oh, there, it went away. That was odd. It just made like a white cloud from the smoke. Oh, you guys can barely see what I'm doing. You can barely see what I'm doing. Move you guys back a little bit. Change my stance. It's weird, like when I'm working on projects without you guys here, my whole body positioning is different. The things I do to get a good shot on the webcam, I guess. Like install a hot tub. Yeah, this is the easy part. This is the part that I could have made Julian do. It would have taken quite a lot of time, and I don't think he's really interested in learning this stuff, but I could have pulled him through like a tutorial. A little how-to, a little who's who. These are, excuse me, hold on. These pins are evil. They're very, very small, and they do not allow for any wiggle room, which is good, but it also doesn't seem to allow solder to get through. I mean, it does, but, you know, the other side is not, the whole via might not get solder. I really wish we had gotten the appropriate value capacitors. That's the 99% that we got correct on this thing, huh? I guess I was never an A student. A 99 is an A, but whatever. I did so much work to get that bill of materials correct. I'm holding heat a little longer than you'd think on those because I want the whole pin to flow over with the solder. Unless you just add a bunch of solder to until it does that, basically. These are fun because you need to be super careful about the amount of solder that you're putting into them. And these guys... Ooh, there goes my thumb shaking again. I didn't want to order just one singular value of capacitor, and also there were only 2 working days, really 1 working day, between then and now. So doubling up is pretty much the solution here. You know, doing a little scavenger hunt and finding the part, just a little bit more interesting. But I mean, the cap packs also don't go up to that value. Yeah, I'm sure there's better documentation, but like, we're not stopping and asking for directions, chat. It's not what we do here. Plus, the remaining stuff is all I need to see is pictures. And Julian has already flashed that card. Now, we do have to find standoffs, but I think my standoffs kit will do just fine. Yeah, the rest of this is just like connectors. All right. It's all coming together, folks. I haven't checked up on like stream activity in a minute. So do we get 10,000 people rating? Probably. It's probably 10,000 people watching me right now, and I'm just like picking my nose. Nope. We got the CosmoQuest raid though, which is awesome. Right. Everybody straight up and down. Looks like it. One of them, they're a little toasty. Got a little bit of heat going into that ground plane. That's why we got the big iron out. What's next? Well, do I use their header or do I use my own header? Because the ones they got, yeah, we'll use theirs. Okay, it's that round pin type. So we got, I think he got 2 of them, but he only needs 1. And does he need every pin? Looks like it. Okay, so that one goes like that. Now, how do I get this to be straight up and down? That's the difficult part, huh? That's the difficult part. How do I get to the Liberty Bell from here? Yeah, you can actually do it in one highway. Well, you got to get to 76 and 676, and then 476. I think Market Street. Okay, I gotta do the other side here to make sure that this thing doesn't take on an angle as I solder it. Hello? Oh. This is to hold the screen and give it all its signals. Its signal. Owie, that was very hot. All the heat went through the pin right to my finger. All right. Up the row. I got to move you guys up a little bit so I can lean on the desk. You guys can't see over my thumb. What am I doing? He's terrible. He doesn't even videographize properly. Man, for a kit, this has been very annoying. I guess you can probably purchase this with the electronics already on it, right? That seems to be what is implied. If it were that, we would have been able to get through this thing in a devious lick. Or whatever the kids are saying now. The thing is, no, you know what? I do have a thing that I could plug this into. I just don't know what it does. I don't know how to make it do things. We'll get pretty pictures on the screen, assuming that works. I got a lot of pin headers to get through though, so we'll do that. And I'll see if I can turn it on for the grand finale. The grand finale. I don't know. I got nothing. The grand fiddly. All right. There's one header. That's right. You know it. You know it. You know I'm hip with what the kids are saying these days. Is there a pin 1 marking on this? Doesn't look like it. Just generic header. Number 5. So that goes here, and I need to make sure that that's oriented properly. Let's see what photo is next. What horrors? What fresh hell? My refrigerator's making very weird noises. What the? Oh, that's, no, what's going on here? Why is this photo? Is it just showing you that you solder them? I guess that's all it's doing, yeah. Oh, look at these bastards with their 47 UF caps. All right, yeah, then that header. So I don't have a way to like lock this straight up and down. I mean, I could put a piece of tape on it. Seems like wasteful for tape. What I can do is just hold it and then get one of the pins soldered so it holds on. The problem with long headers is that if you do just one pin on one side, it can sag. The whole thing will start sagging downwards, and then you don't actually have everything lined up. So I got to do this twice. Hello? Oops, okay. Well, might as well just drop solder on it. Turns out that was a bad idea. Ugh, it's not soldering properly. Well, I could deposit the solder on the one pin and then correct it after the fact. That's the other method. That would be the other method of doing this. Because, yeah, see this? Now it still moves. This is actually straight up and down here. I'm going to press on it and then just heat that pin up again. I didn't feel any settling. Pretty good. Okay, go back to the other side. Let's get one of these pins while holding it from behind. See, that just kind of like did it. All right, now that's locked in place. That's not going anywhere. And if I need to reposition it, I can go back to those pins, but it looks like I can proceed to solder the rest of them now. In a factory process to solder something like this, sometimes you just have people doing it. Other times you will have what is literally a wave pool of solder that everything goes through. And that wave pool will just barely hit your board. And that solders all the through-hole components on it. Which is cool to see. I've never seen one in person, but it's a neat process because it's like literally a wave pool of solder. That just boop does it all at once. It boops it. Get booped, fool. But in lieu of that, I just got to sit here and individually solder all these pins. I wonder if there's any advantage to our having two capacitors instead of one on the analog inrush limiter. Probably not. It's probably worse. I don't think it's going to be like incredibly necessary, right? I think without it, it probably would have functioned just fine. Oh my God, there's so many Raspberry Pis have so many pins. Their own little PCIe slot. Right, now to the other side. Yeah, would it have less ES? Would it be able to deliver current much faster? Since it's a distributed operation? I don't know. Solder the pins, solder the pins. This is where I thought I would be on Saturday, is just doing this horrendously boring work while Julian, noodled around on the electronic stuff, on the music stuff, and it would be a much more exciting stream as a benefit, but instead I was struggling to place all those components down. And I needed the microscope the whole time, which meant less Julian on screen. As the normal host of this show, it's nice to be able to have a buddy come over and you look, new person, and then you can like slink away into the shadows. Yes, they'll pay attention to him. I'm gonna leave that one unsoldered. No, I'll get it. I'll get it. All right, those are all soldered now. Use the oven and danced around while it cooked. That would have been tough, because like when you got all your electronics placed down on the board, it's like, don't touch it. Whatever you do. Because you don't want to send your parts flying. This came with a cute little case. That's totally pointless in this design. Can't use it. This is a cute little case. I'm going to keep that shit. Julian doesn't do anything with Raspberry Pis on the regular, so this is mine. This is mine now. How does this... What is this infernal puzzle, Potter? What are you doing? There we go. Oh yeah, and I need to do pins on this too. Yeah, looking smart. Looking smart. Don't be smart with me, chat. Duh. That was my friend's response whenever his parents were like, don't be smart with us. He'd be like, doy, like really loud. Oh, his parents hated him. What the? Oh, it goes like this. Maybe I don't like this case. I have that exact friend. Headers. Head doors. Hey, doors. What's up? How you doing? Where are the windows at? Let's get one of these things. There it is. If you don't have that friend, doesn't mean you're that friend. I don't know. I don't know if that works like that. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. Now these are the type that don't take square pins, right? Yeah, they're too small. Too small. See, this type is the coveted type. The holes in it are large enough so that this can take square pins. That's 2 pins short. Damn it. Too short of what I need. Oh, that'll do. It's so weird that he like ordered pin headers for this. I actually had him order the pin headers just in case they were the good type. Get rid of these 3, and it was just like $1. So that's the screen header. I guess I'll do it like this. Now with these, I guess they are 2-sided, kind of. I don't know which side I want. I think I want this side facing the other header. Now let me just confirm how they're using this. I think they have, yeah, they have a header already soldered. They don't even show you. They don't even show me any of this stuff. All right, well, we can get this part on it, and then we can put the flash card in there, or the card is already in there. We can power it up. How about that? I'm tempted to keep this screen protector on until we can figure something out with that, because I don't have that size plexiglass. Maybe I'll have to buy some plexi, or I could just make a temporary. My problem is that this particular thing, I don't have a lot of extra time to put into it. You know, I gotta get to some other stuff. Still crooked as hell. How's that look, chat? Yeah, it's still over a little bit. It's still bent over. No, that's what it wants. Hold on, let's see. Just give it a little bit. There. Okay, that should do. Yeah, I know. Cutting plexi is tough. And I don't have a laser. So Maybe if they wanted to, I mean, you can. There are services that will cut, you know, laser cut that kind of stuff for you. They could just go to one of those, I guess. This will be a lot easier if I plug it in. I won't really be able to unplug it, but if I plug it in, it'll just be held in place. What the devil? What are you doing? Why don't you go? Ah, that's why. Look at how it's crooked. All right, let's fix it. Time for fixing is now. There we go. Fixed. All right, so there, that's in place now. Yeah, the thing is, like, I got to maneuver the soldering iron into this thing, and I just kind of want it to be. Well, maybe this will work. Hey, Capircy. Soldering, soldering, more soldering. I'll have to do all the headers and the standoffs and stuff on my own. That'll be a Wednesday thing. Really want to be working on burn the subs. We got to get to the software. We got to get to all that Python programming that I want to do. I don't know how much Python we're going to be doing. I got to build a program that'll help me trace the edges of the board. It'll be fairly Spartan, but I have to involve controller stuff in the Raspberry Pi, which will be fun. Basically, what I want to do is plug in an Xbox controller and use the analog stick to move the board, and then probably like hold down a button in order to draw that location on the PNG image mask. So a lot of the settings will have to translate into that program. How's the place names? One at a time. Yeah, you'll have to look at the code. There's a masking image, and then it adds to that. Yeah, look at this new dimension. A new dimension. You guys don't want smell cam. I'm farting a lot today. All right. That would be the last part of the mono norm. Now, obviously, there are headers to hold everything up. Standoffs, rather, to hold everything up. Usually, you know, in a system like this, and it's good to have. God, this thing is fighting. Hold on. This header is going to be just a pain in the ass every single time. Because, like, I could get one side of it to plug in, but then the other side might not plug in. So these are to be handled with caution. There we go, I got it. Oh, not well, though. What the f- This thing is fighting me. Why do you fight? Why do you fight me? I am inevitable. Thanos. Ow. Man, this is an evil header. You know, I have no idea what this thing is. I don't know. It's the mono norn. Guess we're gonna plug it in and find out. Why is this thing fighting me? Why do you fight me? This is like insane. This is insane, the amount of force that I have to put into this thing to get it to plug in. It's like, is one of them stuck and that's what's going on? It didn't even go. It didn't even go. I mean, maybe I should have plugged it in and then soldered it. That might have helped. Oh, I can kind of see what happened. The shape of this one header, it's kind of going like this, right? It's kind of like twisted. It's like that. So that might be what's going on. I probably should have plugged the whole header together and then soldered it together. Is this thing fucking serious? What's going on here? Oh my god. What the fuck? What is this? Is this a joke? What the hell? I don't want to break the screen, you know? Wow, this is interesting. I have plenty of headers, so I can, you know, I can correct this by plugging headers into headers, and then, you know. Yeah, what I think that order of operations should have been to put it on standoffs, like put the headers in there unsoldered, put it on standoffs, and then solder it in. Because this header wants to dictate a lot of the actions of this thing. The other set of holes should have been front. I just don't want to hurt anything. We can take this as plugged in, though. I think all the electrical connections are there. It's just the mechanicals of it are... Ugh. Yeah, that's off by a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to have to come back and re-header this thing, which is not an easy thing to do. I think what I'll need to do is get Chip Quick and the big soldering iron tip and just go until the header falls out. That's the only thing that I'll be able to do. This also hurts. I am in considerable pain. Yep. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to re-header this thing, so I'll have to figure this out. Basically, the order of operations is I gotta find standoffs that put this thing out to the appropriate distance, and then I will desolder those headers, throw them out, get a new set, put them in there unsoldered, because I'll probably have to use the solder sucker to clean up the header pins, and then I'll solder it when everything is attached. That's the best way to do it. Because yeah, I'm man, fingertips are like red from that. Let's turn this thing on. Let's see if it does thing. The memory card is in there. These shiny chips are always so weird. They're so bright. Look how shiny that is. Little BGAs. All right, so this is a Raspberry Pi specific. 5 volts, 2.5 amps. It's not 5.1, I don't think, but it's CanaKit. I guess it's for Raspberry Pi, I think. Here, plug that in over there. It's got a little switch that Jules can use to turn things on and off. And then we go over to the Raspberry Pi. It's broken. Power on. Do I need to like hold this thing in? No word from the screen. Anything heating up? Nope. Far so good. Oh! Well, hello there, General Kenobi. Look at him go! Step. He makes steppy. It's a nice screen. I'm going to keep this plastic on it. Ooh, that's really sensitive. Please press in? No. Okay, so that's like the top row. It's making noise? I want to hear what the noise is. Let me get an audio cable over here. I want to hear the noise. What does the norm say? Where is an audio cable? I had an audio cable out. I think I put it away. Oh no, there it is. Found it. I could try to go line in on the computer here, but I'm not sure what the volume is going to be of it. I should probably go line into the Rodecaster, which is all the way over here. All the way over here, and it's off. Turn that on. Plug this thing into the cell phone input. Into the cell phone. Oh man, I stink. I'm sweaty. Put that up to there. Line levels. Oh, mute the mic so I'm not echoing. And this cable does not reach. I gotta bring it over here. Oh, that means the power. What is this? What is this fresh hell? It it doesn't reach by an inch. All right, hold on. I need to extend this. We have, for your knowledge, an electronics help section in my Discord if you're interested. So you could join the Discord and ask a question, and then I don't have to yell at somebody for not being smart. Which I don't often do. Try to be nicer than that. Okay, I found an extension. God, the audio setup in here is so bad. It's so bad. Plug that into that, this into that. There's our cable, finally reaching all the way over here. So this would be out. I don't know, you guys, this is probably loud. I don't hear it, so I'm gonna go get my headphones. This cable's heavy. Headphone users, be warned. Is it too loud? Volume's fine. All right, I want to listen to this thing, and I don't have proper speaker outputs on the Rodecaster, so I got to plug in my headphones. I don't even know what it's doing. Can't hear it. Oh, because it's the wrong plug. No, that was the right plug. Oh, there we go. Dreamy. Let's see if my headphones will let me get over here. Yeah, I have an enclosure for it. That was going to be part of the fun of building it, but we didn't get to that. I just wanted to see if it worked at all. All right, what's going on here? Let's see. That's monitor. Cut. Ooh. I think that's persistence or something. Didn't do anything here? Oh. That's fun. All right, next. So that's the sequence. I see. Sequence and the step. Yeah, play and record. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I guess there's going to be a lot of stuff that an actual musician who learns how to use this thing will be able to do, and not some guy who just put it together. But that's fun. Yeah, these are actually encoder pins. What'll happen is if it rotates in one direction, there will be basically a pulse on one pin and then a pulse on another pin. And if it goes the opposite direction, the order of the pulses switches. So it'll tell you that you've moved a certain amount, and then it'll tell you the direction that it's moving in. They're easy to fool. You can sometimes fool them if you mess around with them enough. But yeah. So that's MIDI stuff. Clock output and all that stuff. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad this thing has like a little preset on it. Because, what did I do? Yeah, these don't press in. They don't have a button on them. Sound, loop. I don't know how to make it go again. Chad, what did I do? Oh my God. I hit play, I think. Was in a different category. Oh, the clock. There we go. Oh no, how do I get the variance back? I guess the interaction of the two loops is what gives it the variance and makes it a little bit less repetitive. Well, that's cool. All right, so that's what it is. So this works. It's a kit that we put together. I probably don't need to yell. I can't hear myself in the mix, so I don't know how loud I am. It is probably filling up quite a bit of the background here, but yeah, it's just like a little MIDI thingy that you can kind of mess around with, I suppose. I am sure, I am very sure that Julian will be able to do much better than I will with the functions of this. Because I don't even know how to get it into the next menu. Like that. Oh, I'm changing stuff. Oh my God. Oh, am I inserting? What am I doing? Yeah, I guess I'm sequencing. But I don't know how to get to the other, there's a step option. Here I get into the clock settings. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is where it was like the cuts and stuff like that. Cool. Well, anyway, you guys get what's going on. I don't. Use MIDI controller with multiple layers. It's better to encoders. Don't remember positions. Yeah. I guess you don't want to have... What do you mean no audio? It's a fancy Mario Paint composer? Yeah. Yeah, scriptable, sequencer, FX, whatever. I still got work to do on this thing. I need to like get the screen to plug in properly without freaking breaking it. And then I'll need to put this into an enclosure, but that's pretty cool. Hey, nice little demo at the outset of this thing. I really do want to kind of put this thing into or under plexiglass though, but all that's running on a Raspberry Pi. So, I mean, this is an open source Raspberry Pi audio project. Raspberry Pi is plagued with audio issues, so they have their own digital to analog chip on this thing. We had to get it directly from China, but yeah. But it's pretty cool stuff. I mean, hey, I'm having fun just twisting the knobs around and making stuff show up. Look at this dreamy, dreamy music that I'm able to make. Hey, thanks for the follow. I'll rip off my headphones and turn this. How do I turn it off? I did it. I turned it off. I did it. Oh, but this thing is still hot as hell. Well, I'll unplug this after once I cut the stream. All right. I don't know how loud I'm being. I'm like, I got wires and cables and stuff connecting me all over this shop. Oh yeah, I was yelling. Well, that's why we have a compressor on ourselves. All right, well, thank you guys. We finally were able to actually get some progress done on the mono norn. I guess it's a thing that does MIDI stuff and makes little bloop bloop noises better than, or in addition to, the rest of the stuff that Julian has in his setup. So I'm interested in getting him back in here so that he can actually do like a musical demo. Because aside from me just twisting knobs like that, I'm not gonna say I'm not musically talented. I'm just not like trained in that to make good sounding noises using that thing. But I'm gonna try to transfer it into at least a slightly less than temporary case so that it can all be held together. In order to do that, I gotta unsolder those headers and then put them back in. But yeah, one of the takeaways from today was that the oven will make your shoddy soldering look professional if you put a little bit of time into managing the amount of solder on stuff. And the final piece of knowledge and information is that if Oh Bother is staring down some 0603 project electronics, don't let him use the hand iron for that. Make him use solder paste. We didn't have a stencil, but I still would have been able to make a good show of it, just pick and placing everything into their locations, and I would have been able to get the whole thing together probably pretty well using solder paste as opposed to placing components down and soldering them. While it's great that you guys can see how I've got like the hands of a surgeon and everybody can ooh-ah at how small everything is on screen, we needed to do it in the oven. That would have been so much better. I know the next time I look at a single 0603 resistor, everybody's going to go, Bother, you said you'd use the oven. It's not what I mean. You guys can interpret what I mean. What I mean is that if I've got a major board to populate and it's got some very, very small components, I'm going to have to use the oven. So I got to find a place for that big thing in here. I don't know where I'm going to put it. I don't know where to put it. Everything has a place in here and I don't have room for it. Maybe I can do it under the table there. Yeah, we're not making a hose that you guys can squirt me with. We all know how that works out around here. All right. I will not spray myself with things for your pleasure. Look at it, who's around? Chatting. Tuesday. What's Robert doing? I don't know what. Into the Radius too. That's a fun VR game. I don't feel like making you guys all motion sick. Tom's on. He's playing Raid Shadow Legends. If ever there was something to discourage me from raiding anybody, it's the fact that Tom thinks is playing Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god. It sounds funny though, actually. All right, look, I'm just gonna board up the screen, turn off the lights, and hide under the kitchen table until everybody goes away. But I still got a little bit of work to do on this thing. I'm gonna do that Wednesday, and then Thursday we need to make that thing for OctoJ. We need to finish that. I need that to be done. Yeah, I actually got an offer for Raid Shady Leg Ends. They were like, we'll pay you this much and this much per person who plays the game. I'm like, everybody on planet Earth knows what Raid Shadow Legends is because of the ridiculous amounts of money that you guys put into sponsoring every single online media to play it. I don't think maybe there are some tribes like on islands that don't know what Raid Shadow Legends is, but man, and I don't think that really means that I've arrived as a content creator, But I was like, I don't think that's for my channel, thanks. I saved you guys from the embarrassment of having Oh Bother play Raid Shady Liggins. No matter how much they advertise it, I don't want to play it. I know, it looks like a cell phone game. It might be fun, but I mean, they've ruined it for me. Yeah, boarding it up as in putting actual circuit boards up on the windows. All right, I'll be back on Thursday, everybody. You will see me on Thursday, and we will be working on Octopedal. I need to change my filament over to orange tomorrow, and I'll try to print out the plate for it, and then assembly should be relatively easy. I forget what we did last time. I think last time we put it on its own circuit board, which we're not going to do this time. If I knew I'd have to like manufacture 3 of these fucking things, I probably would have designed a circuit board that I could just populate components on, but I didn't, and now I'm paying dividends. Anyway, we'll do that on Thursday, and I'll have more bitching to do about the project. Until then, y'all stay safe. Don't go poking, I don't know, something closing phrase. Have a good one, everybody.